Hello everybody, True Crime Metrix here. Another day of Kouri Richins on the trial, in the trial. What have we had today? The forensic accountant. All day, all the damn day. For fun. That's always illuminating. I think my favourite part of today was when the prosecutor, Mr. Bloodworth, got up and said to the forensic accountant, that he got up and he put on the screen a slide, and on the slide was a copy of Kouri Richins' bank statement. And his question to the forensic accountant was, ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what is this? just thought it was really funny. And the financial analyst, the forensic accountant laughed, cracked a smile. You wouldn't get that with, what's her name? Mary Hall? Hill. Mary Hall. One of those from the Adelson case. From every single Adelson case. God, can't you just do it once? Anyway, we'll be moving back today, back to the beginning, where it all started, because I've been having this trial on repeat the entire weekend, and I have noticed so much more from opening statements than we did last time. In fact, I don't think we're going to be covering the trial live at all. Why would we do that? Why not do it a week later, then everyone can catch up together? When we already know what's happened and we're more informed. I just think that's such a better way to do it. Now, if only there were a place I could go where I could find all of the Kouri Richins videos all neatly cut up and segmented and edited with no sidebars and better audio. What's this? Some cheeky nonconformist has stolen our name and come up with something called Metrix Archive. They've stolen our logo too and made it all blue. But what do they have down here? A beautiful list. Look at that list. We're building. Everybody go to metrixarchive.com. No, not .com. youtube.com/@ Metrix Archive for all your no commentary trial needs. We're going to be starting off with Mr. Bloodworth giving opening statement for the prosecution. Now, I started calling him the Badger. I then started calling him the Undertaker. And now we've moved on to just the guy that drives the hearse and gets out with that ridiculous top hat and those tails, those, what do you call those? Coattails. Yeah, Bloodworth. But he's none of those things. In fact, he's a lawyer, and a damn good one, too. Also, the defense attorney. We'll move on to the defense opening statement also, because today's episode is all about going back to the beginning where it all started. The defense, Miss Nestor for the defense, also very illuminating to go back and watch it from the beginning. Huge tactics, big tactics, good tactics, well-versed tactics. But what are we going to do about this imposter that's stolen our logo and name? Well, I think we're going to have to find a very, very well-known, high-profile lawyer. He's the one to deal with this. Now, how are we going to find him? Or maybe he should be finding me. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Harley Ryan riding shotgun. God, those names almost connect. Haley Ryan shotgun. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And everybody else, all the quiet ones.
It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston.
Okay, can we guess what they would have called their 4th kid? Let's just write these down. Carter, Ashton, and Weston. I guess that's Weston. Carter, Ashton, and Weston. So the next name would have been Ryder, right? With a Y. R-Y-D-E-R. Carter, Ashton, Weston, and Ryder. Could I come up with anything more perfect than that? If you have a better idea for the name of their 4th child in keeping with Carter, Ashton, and Weston, please do let us know in the comments. And hello, Christina, and hello, MC Hamster, and hello, Kiwi Vanderman. Hey, by the way, Discord is lighting up, guys. Anybody that's not joined the new Discord, the old Discord was deleted today. I promise that is the last time that is ever going to happen, and we'll stop fucking you around. But here it is. Join that special link, because that is a great link and a great Discord. And we welcome everybody that joins.
Are at their home in Camas. Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys. At 7:22 p.m.
You know, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. You know, of course. But it just starts to feel like a cheap tactic, doesn't it? We hear it in almost every trial where a father was murdered, a father of young children. They say, he lived for those boys. Those boys were his world. It's just like, okay, we get it. Emotional draw.
Kouri Richins' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing. The image is captioned, "Love you."
And he probably didn't even open it. He just saw it and yeah.
At 8:36, Kouri...
You too. You too. Yeah. And I want to know what happened in between, because 7:22, we've got the love you, which, you know, can be very nice. It can be very nice to send and receive those messages if you're like nicely connected, right? But if someone's, I don't think they were. I think she was just, well, we'll get there.
Kouri Richins replies, "Love you."
Yeah, but what happened in between? Because the next text is, I'm not mad at you at all. Just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. Does she put that at the end of every fucking message? Yeah, you too. You too.
The boys go to bed. Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15.
How crazy is this, huh? We've just walked into it, haven't we? She travels 234 feet at 3:06 a.m. What the fuck? Spooky. Just because of your phone? Throw the damn thing off the balcony. I don't want anybody knowing that much information about me and how far I walk at 3 o'clock in the morning.
And twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls.
Oh, hang on. We've got some contenders coming in for the fourth kid name. Let's have a look at that. Austin. Yeah. Wyatt. Only if he was black. There's no white guy called Wyatt, is there? Isn't that a black name? Like a black-only name? Like you're not allowed to use it? Or Harley. Oh, yeah, Harley. So Carter, Ashton, Weston, and Harley. And what did I say? Rider. So something to do with motorbikes. What else have we got? Okay. Wyatt is out. Austin, Harley, khaki. That's not a name. That's a type of trousers with the pockets on the side. What have we got? Cooper. Cooper. Oh, that's a contender. Cooper. Yeah. Peyton. Parker. Don't know. I think we've moved. I think the world's moved on from Parker. I think if it was 1987, it could have been Parker, but sadly, we're in 2000 and something. Any others? Piper or Pipper? Piper. Peter Piper spilt a pot of pepper. What is it? I forget. Wyatt is super popular these days. Okay. But there's no great Wyatts, are there? You know, there's no Wyatt that invented electricity. Or, the internet. It's not Wyatt Berners-Lee, is it? That would never work. He would have been... He wouldn't have made it. So the top ones are, Cooper with a K. Even better. How modern, how hip. Cooper with a K. Wyatt is a Texas cowboy name from Wyatt. How do I even say that? Earp. Arp. Yarp. Okay. Well, lots of them down there. Okay, good. Skylar. You see, I hadn't heard the name Skylar until Breaking Bad. And I didn't like it then. I've got to look up who Wyatt Earp is.
Calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are
Be funny if she misdialed and he had to read out, she called 916. Then she realized that wasn't connecting and corrected her mistake and dialed 911. Just want to be completely clear for the record. But the jury's like, what? 916? What's that?
unable to revive Eric.
Earp. Okay, Earp. Thank you.
He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of some...
Oh, here we go. Wordsmith, Spacey Dove is here to save the day. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled pepper. You see, it's not that hard to say, especially when you're reading it out. How fast can we do it? Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled pepper. Thank you.
County's criminal prosecutors, who along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery,
Objection.
she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Weeks before,
God, look at that smooth edit with no sidebar. Whoever this cheeky imposter is, Metrix Archive, he's doing a damn good job.
attempting to murder Eric Richins, Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after
Yeah, he managed to get that in, didn't he? Just going to underline it now. Now I get to say it twice. Thanks for the objection, you hick.
Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders. And she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new.
Yeah, it's been pretty fucking embarrassing listening to the forensic accountant today going through Kouri's records, because every question it's like, and what did it say there? All the analyst gets to say is, what is it? Not adequate funds. What is the term? Something like that. Not adequate funds. It's like, fucking hell, what a loser. Actually, I want to get that financial forensic accountant to come to my house and go over my records. You know? Put me on trial. This guy, he murdered his credit.
Loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted.
Payday loans. I mean, yeah. That's like those places where the breakfast cafe has a sign in the window that says, "We buy gold." So you go in, sell them gold, order a full English breakfast, and go about your day.
Drafted over 200 transactions.
It's the bottom of the barrel, payday loans. I mean, you gotta swallow all your pride even to fucking phone those people, right? Yeah, we can give you a loan. It's 300% interest, with a $200 minimum transaction fee. Yeah. Give me a pen. I'm desperate.
totaling over $300,000.
It's almost like a Chandler Halderson thing. Whatever this fucking Kouri Richins has got, it's this need to portray as the version that you believe yourself entitled to be, or something. You know, they just cannot deal with the fact that they're not this thing that they've made up in their head. So they just make it all up in their head and then act like it's real, but it's just a load of hot air. Or not even, just mild, humid, sticky, horrible air.
And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not.
Maybe the answer to she's moving money around, get a payday loan to pay off that loan so I can loan again from that bank and move credit back to the other loan. That's how you spend your time? Going around fucking Home Depot looking at kitchen cupboard doors or whatever it is, you know. Oh, should we get the white glass or the what is it? Battleship grey is very in now. It's sort of grey, but also with a kind of bluish hue. Can you imagine being fucking Eric on those days, being dragged round for the 14th time in a week? Should we just go and look again? Yeah, I'll get the car. Ready when you are. You fucking bitch. You know, he probably did eat his own sandwich laced with fentanyl.
Not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade.
Oh, here we go. Famous gunfight at OK Corral in Arizona. Sheriff Wyatt Earp killed several outlaws. It was kind of the end of the Old West. Well, they're still wearing those fucking hats, aren't they? Those belt buckles. Yeah, so what outlaws? What outlaws do we know? Jesse James, Robert Ford, Buffalo Bill, and there's a bunch of others, but I forget.
On the other
Mad Dog Tannen, if you've seen Back to the Future 3.
hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would.
You see, people go on about the Mormon thing, and as far as I see it, and perhaps with a lot of organized religion, Donna and Harvey, their whole thing with doing the amount that they did to maintain their connection with the Jewish faith and community and practices and such, Passover, Bar Mitzvah, blah, 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 blah. seemed very much to be business networking, right? Which, and possibly for Dan Markel as well in some ways. I mean, when you're in a religious community, I think that there is a degree of trust, right? That's earned. And maybe people steer clear of that. It's like, don't do business with friends because it can ruin friendships. But yeah, with the Mormons particularly, if we think back to Travis Alexander and the promoting of prepaid legal and legal shield and all of those multi-level marketing things, I mean, that depend on signing people up, bringing them on board. Charismatic guy that's involved heavily with the what do you call it, temple and the faith, and preaches the gospel and so on. Of course, if he says, hey, listen, this fucking legal shield is the best legal shield, plus there's all these events, there's the business breakfast, the business brunch, the business banquet, the business ball, and then we all go down to Cancun. If you make your targets, which you will if you follow me. Under my leadership, we will succeed. I mean, the guy could not fucking sign enough people up, just walking it, right? And I think with Eric Richins, stonemason that he was, I mean, you got to figure that's always been either a gangster business, like in the traditional way, or something that is set up like with kind of closed network. The stonemason guy, he gets the contract for the new tennis courts that the community center is putting in, and there's these deals going on. I just think that, you know, $4 million is a hell of a lot to accrue from just running a normal business, even a very, very successful business. It's still a material business. Stonemason needs a lot of storage, a lot of transport, a lot of machinery, right? I mean, that is a significant amount of money to bring in, even with a very successful stonemasonry business. But, you know, how much of that was due to his involvement or connection with the Mormon faith? Maybe some.
Inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get.
I know, Spacey Dove, what the hell was she spending all of that money on? Not decorating her house, that's for sure. I did put up the virtual tour of the Richins home, and I watched it again while I was cutting it down, and I just, the feeling throughout the house is very much of like a student dorm, but just bigger. Just the way things that are, nothing's really in place. Nothing's in a place that makes sense. Nothing feels permanent. Everything just feels kind of dropped, you know? There's just no structure. You could take a feng shui expert in there and he'd walk straight out and said, I can't help you people. There's no point. You haven't even got the basics. I'm done.
All of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so dollar home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her.
Michelle, how you doing, Michelle? Good to see you, Michelle.
And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life.
So how many motives have we got here? We've got the one motive which is that she's fucked financially. Know the feeling. And the other motive is the fresh start at life with Mr. Hoo-Ha.
The evidence will prove
Wait till we get to the texts that she was sending him. They are excruciating.
that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not.
Well, there's a fucking surprise. You know, any adult could have told you that.
She consulted with a divorce attorney in the
She's very childlike. Very childlike. I mean, what I was just saying about the student dorm of a house that they lived in, just bigger. The 911 call, ridiculous. And this is from someone, I love that part of the evidence is something where she says, curl up and watch a crime documentary. You should have watched those a little harder. You might have done better on the fucking 911 call. Hello, he's gold. He's gold.
months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean.
Okay, well, it's in the Caribbean, so fucking what? I mean, isn't that like very, you know, late 90s by now? Aren't people like, yeah, okay, we've seen it on TV 100 times. People are going to Chile now. They're saying, yes, we'd like to go to Chile, please. We want to climb the highest peak in the Andes alone with no supplies. That's the... and they're a couple looking for a romantic getaway. The world's moved on. Fucking Caribbean. Listen, honey, where are they? Utah. Okay, get in the car. We can drive all day and get a cheap place to stay. We'll have a good time. We'll go to dinner. And all the rest of it. And then we'll come home and we'll have spent our $100. $4,000. What the fuck? You're in debt, lady.
And her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died. Three weeks before Eric's death.
So that's to imply that she booking the holiday, the vacation before he died. I mean, she could have just gone and said, "Well, it's a business thing." Yeah, I'm networking with my landscaper, and there's a big realty networking event in Tobago. Yeah, it has to be in Tobago. You wouldn't want to come though. Just going to be inside the function room of the hotel, very stuffy and sweaty, and it's just going to be really boring. So I'll go alone, and I'll see you in 4 days.
15 days before Eric's
All right, I'm going to wait for the prosecutor to read this out. Maybe
death. 1 day before the charge, attempted murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would?
Oh God.
I just want to lay on the..."
Yeah. Well, you said if, so it's hypothetical. So sure, if. We'll see.
Couch and cuddle you. Watch a murder documentary.
If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, you would? It's a maybe for me. Definitely a maybe. It could happen. Sure. We'll see.
And snuggle. Five days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss."
Right, just put yourself in the mind of being that man down there, Josh Grossman, and you know you're out in your day, you're doing your man stuff during the day. Oh, I'm a man. Hello, man. I'm a man too. You're a man. I'm a man. You will. Let's be men. And then you get this text, right?
You. I want you today, every day, not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I
Okay, that's when I'd stop reading and close the phone.
wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away, and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry.
Be easy to forget that kind of thing, wouldn't it? When you're scanning your brain going, have I said anything that could lead back to this being intentional? Did I send a text? I mean, you could see that just slipping through the filter because it's very direct but non-direct.
9 days after the charge.
And it obviously did slip through, yeah. No need to delete that. Whoops.
Attempted murder. 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job."
This is the best one. You quit your job. Yeah, I'll think about it. Definitely think about it. Can't wait to give that a good think.
9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job. I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal?"
Have a little farm? Deal? To anybody that has never received a text as annoying as that, and thought to yourself as you're reading it, God, this is annoying. This woman is starting to make me feel a little bit sick. But I really like banging her. Is it worth it? You know, and you're thinking, well, I don't even want to read this, but the text is really long, so I'm going to have to say something. Otherwise, that sends a message in itself, and maybe one I don't want to send. So what am I going to say? And you come up with your sort of thing. What is the shortest thing I can say that would be adequate? And you sort of come up with it, and you go, well, yeah. You say, yeah. That sounds so great. I'm really into this. And then you close the phone. And then, signal. Yeah, well, maybe you just say, yeah, no, it sounds great. So you're going to come over tonight? Because I was thinking, if you came over, we might try that thing. You remember that thing that I showed you on that video? Yeah, I was thinking we'd try that tonight. Love the farm thing. We could talk about that too. Really want to do that. Can't wait to do that. But yeah, come over and we'll try that thing. To anybody that's never received a text like that, God bless you.
Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link to the secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, "Are we there yet?"
And it's actually fucking secrets. No, what am I thinking of? Sandals. No, it's got to, yeah, all the resorts have got to begin with S, haven't they? Or have S as a prominent, thing. What else could you have? Sandals, secrets, shades. Have you stayed at Shades? Yeah, it's great if you want to be in the shade. That's their USP. Shade everywhere. It's the Caribbean, but it's under fabric. No, what else would it be? So we've got secrets, sandals, shades, and shorts. No. For short stays, right? For when you can only do like a 2-day weekend, 3-day weekend. You stay at Shorts. What else could it be? What else could it be? Oh, what do we have here? Sucrets. I don't get it. Sucrets? What does that mean? Shandies. Oh, that's good. Salicylic acid. Yes. Psilocybin. Have you stayed at psilocybin?
1 month and 5 days after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins texted, "I think I want you to be my husband one day."
Yeah. After this one. After this one goes away. If only he would go away. What's that? That's that poem from that John Cusack movie, isn't it? What is it? As I was walking up the stairs, I met a man that wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. Or how I wish he'd go away.
Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for...
So there was probably an argument, pre-trial argument, motion to get rid of that charge. It's what they usually do because, imagine beating the murder charge, but getting the attempted murder charge, which is basically the same amount of time in prison anyway. So, the defendant to win in a significant way when they're facing multiple serious charges has to run the board, right? Has to come back not guilty on everything. The state to win really only has to make one charge stick.
Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richins' house. She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history.
How many marijuana gummies can you steal in 9 years? Quite a bit, quite a chunk. It's a good job he's a multi-millionaire. For sure.
Involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request.
I mean, that Carmen, I like her and everything, but she's got tea leaf written all over her. Will steal anything that's not bolted down. And she probably calls that, what do you call it? Reprisals. Is that the word? For giving back all of what the white man stole?
Purchased illicit pain or illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills.
By the way, have we been buffering tonight? Because I just realized my phone was on this side of the table. And if it's on this side of the table, usually that's bad for the signal. Yeah, so now it's pointing that way. East.
To Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richins. She then departed Camas.
Reparations, thank you. What did I say? Reprisals. Terrible. It's late. It's very late.
And met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, "I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm gonna head to the hospital soon." Shortly thereafter,
Has anybody ever looked at the person that they're with and thought, in a serious way, are they trying to kill me? Are they just waiting for the moment? They're slowly waiting for the moment to kill me. And you think, am I paranoid? Am I paranoid? And then you speak to others and they say, no, she loves you. She loves you. And then something happens and you have to call the police.
all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased. For nearly 90 minutes,
Anne, chicken bone, how you doing?
in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his two best friends. They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger.
Can you get something a little stronger? See, that's the point where she said the Carmen should have looked at her and said, stronger. What I gave you would take down a bull. A bull that just ate a gorilla. It would take down a bull that just ate a gorilla.
This will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills at a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental.
What's happening with the hand? I think he's doing sock puppets. This is Eric, to my right. He can't talk now because he's dead. That's why his mouth is closed. But when he was found, his mouth was open, like this. And then he opens his hand. This, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is Eric, little Eric. He can't talk now because he's dead. That's why his mouth is closed. But when he was found, his mouth was wide open, like this.
The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to...
It's interesting how the sentence, I was fucking with him, only if you don't put the accent on the with and just read the sentence, it reads, I was fucking with him, as in messing with him. You know, little, is that a Freudian slip, or it's a little slip in what you really want to say, which is the truth, right?
No hives, no EpiPen. Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes. The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty conscience.
Well, at least you're saying she has a conscience, because I really wasn't sure. I'm not sure that there's anything inside her, you know? Like, I've not seen one glimpse of humanity. You know when Katie's on the stand, Katie McBanower, and she just fucking laughs at her own bad memory. She's just like, I don't even remember what I just said now. I'm an idiot. You know, there's these little moments where you see the person and it's just a person. You see the human being inside. You see that there's a soul, all that did that bad thing, but they're still in there, right? I don't see that in Kouri Richins one bit, not at all. It's like a mannequin. It's like a mannequin holding a pen with a stupid arrow tattoo on her wrist. What is that? What is that? What does that mean? Does it... Okay, we've got to find that tattoo.
The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins. She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, "While serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone?" When he responded, she asked, "How did that make you feel?" Along the lines of both cover-up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely.
Yeah, but I was just worried about my there's some videos on there of me giving a blowjob to like 6 guys at once, so that's what I'm concerned with. The cops knowing about that.
On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Kouri Richins that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone included.
Oh, hang on. With the medical examiner's report wouldn't say that. They wouldn't be able to say poisoning. That should have been an objection. I'd have objected to that. They're not going to put that on the medical. That's an investigatory matter, and the medical, they wouldn't be responsible for that, for establishing that, would they? It would say, died of fentanyl overdose. Lethal amount of fentanyl found in system, likely cause of death. It wouldn't say poisoning.
Include if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector?
God, how are you going to get out of that one, huh? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Yeah, no, that was research for my, I was watching true crime and, I wanted to find out for Metrix and let him know. By the way, if you want to let us know anything, you can on Discord. Where's the link? There's a fantastic link. That's not it. That's not it. We'll get it right now. Wait. Fantastic Discord. the biggest, best, the world's greatest and best true crime Discord, where the crime is always true. That is the link. Join that link. Free link.
Detector test. Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America.
Yeah, that's going to make you likable with your average Joe Public juror. Where can I get a luxury prison for the very wealthy in America or the Caribbean? In fact, I think when I was staying on Shades Resort, they said they might have an older building at the back that they're turning into a prison that was still very nice. Had a pool and a squash court. What do I do to have to go there? In Tobago.
Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Kouri Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book.
She's got such a good sequel coming out to that book, hasn't she? You know she's going to do it. As soon as she gets into that big old jailhouse, start some preliminary sketches for what's she going to call it. So the first one was called Are You With Me? And the second one, and that one was about the dad dying. And the second one is going to be about losing your mom because she's going away to jail forever, and how to cope with that. So it would be Are You With Me is the first one, and then the second one would be Are you Without Me? It's like a take on the George Harrison classic.
On local television and local radio.
I know what I'll do. I'll speak to the local news and go on there to promote my book and act like some kind of, grieving heroine, brave woman. Brave woman with a big heart. That's going to be my look. That's the innocent look. That's what I'll do. And I think that's why she looked so fucking uncomfortable on that damn news interview, because she must have been in there just going, okay, what would I do if this was real? How do I be real? She's probably been asking herself that her entire life, right? What was my theory? Did I have the theory on this the other day? That Kouri knew that people just don't warm to her. She doesn't know why. She just knows that is the result. But of what? And she's never been able to answer that question. And it's a shame. It's a shame people that can't answer that question or never even find it to ask, which is most people, I guess. Some of them have to go to prison forever to even have a chance of finding it out.
The state will present to you this evidence and more.
PayPal is the preferred method of support at True Crime Metrix, especially this week because it's rent week. Yeah! Love it. We're super late. We're short and late. Fuck. Yeah. So if you've been saving up, if you're like roll on March, fucking roll on, March already, third of the way through the fucking year. How'd that happen? It just goes quicker and quicker. Yeah, if you've been saving up and thinking one of these days I'm gonna sort out Metrix for all of the fucking endless hours of entertainment, today's your day, okay? Don't hold back. Go, go, go. PayPal, buy me a coffee. Go now. Boom.
Through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence.
Are we there yet? That's quite good. What about just Mom's Gone 2? Like 00. But then at the bottom it's just ... in smaller letters, and it says ... prison. Mom's Gone 2, as well, but then you realize that it's a play on word, and you look down the page and it says at the bottom ... prison. So that's quite clever.
Will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins. But please consider the
Twice.
evidence that proves no one else did.
Hey, I'm going to send a load of
Consider
hearts into
the
the
evidence
chat.
leading.
Do people love that? Do people love that? I can do that all the time if people love it. Hearts and smiley faces. I'm so interactive. I'm engaging. You see? Because we love our audience. Hearts and everything. Look at that. How fun. This is fun. We're having fun.
Up to Eric Richins' death that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values
What happened? Why is it not? What's going on? We have internet. Yes. But now he doesn't want to play. He's a damn fool. Got him right at the end as well. Fucking bastard. Well, let's go to the comments. Maybe it'll catch up. What is this here? Buy me a coffee or buy a bone for soap. The sound engineer. Hello and welcome back to another Night Owl edition of True Crime Metrix. I'm your host, J. Edgar Hoover, coming at you live from the basement of the secret volcano underlayer. With us as always is resident sound controlist, a Labrador called Soap, who is the same color as a chocolate cake and 3 times as yummy. More like through 1/6 of the year. You lost me. Stevens Leah. Oh. What does Stephen have to tell us? True Crime Metrix. I'm anxiously awaiting your commentary on the cross-examination of Officer Huing. I thought it was Wing when he said it, but it's not. It's Wing. By Richins' defense attorney Ramos. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going slow. This is so much better this way. We take our time. We absorb. We discover. We tell.
Let me please highlight two of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies.
You see that right there, right? A brilliant move, psychological move. And kind of surprising that those sorts of cheap tricks, parlor tricks, are allowed in a courtroom. What he's just done is say, the only time you'll probably ever hear from the witness is when she testifies. It creates an expectation within the jury, right? Subconscious, conscious, whatever it is, it's there. Even though that the jury are already probably informed that it's, up to the defendant whether it's whether they're going to testify or not, and it shouldn't be held against, blah 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 blah. You can't unring the bell now. He's created the expectation. So if she chooses not to testify, it's almost as though she's failed to fulfill an obligation that was subconsciously created by the prosecutor. But in the jury's mind, even if it's very minor and below on the subconscious there's this, she's failed me. We had expectations, she didn't live up to her end. She can't be trusted. It creates that, and nobody's going to tell me it doesn't.
At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on.
At the end of the trial, I will stand back up here. Unless I am a pallbearer that day, in which case someone will be filling in for me. I used to just drive the hearse, now I have to carry the fucking coffin as well.
And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richins, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richins, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022.
Hey, that's today, at least where I'm from. March the 4th, what a great day. Great day to be alive. Great day to be here with you. Great day to be on Discord, the all-new Discord, True Crime Metrix Discord, the best Discord that ever once was. There it is. Join that link, because that is a great, free, special link with magic powers, and it's waiting for you to click, click, click.
It is 8:30. Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home.
Yeah, in front of his screaming kids. It's like, what else could go wrong with that picture? Like, I'm surprised that the fucking, what do you call it, gurney, the cart thing that they put him on, didn't like trip or something over a book and toppled over, and the body flew off, and the cover went off, and just his exposed face with no life in it was just looking at his children's, as they scream in horror. I mean, that would that's something that would happen in a Ben Stiller movie, right? Exactly, a Ben Stiller gag, that, right? Meet the Parents. That other one that he was in. What's another film that he was in? Let me think. Meet the Parents and it wasn't Along Came Polly. I think that was Matthew Broderick. So Ben Stiller was in Zoolander, but I never saw that. I don't like lots of green, lots of vibrant green. It gives me a headache and a stomachache. What else was that guy in? Something About Mary. Oh yeah, there's a good one. Farrelly Brothers. Whatever happened to them? They were great.
For the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies.
He's gone away.
Leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
I'd laugh if they were all of dicks. Just big dicks. In fact, I think I might make a short tomorrow and replace the images with dicks. Let's just imagine that for a moment. What's the final sentence?
Yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
All dicks. Oh. Would they even be allowed to do that in court? Your Honor, we have a special request to show 3 enormous cocks on the screen to the jury because we think it's relevant. It's just evidence. Okay, let's go back to this crazy imposter. Who's this crazy imposter? Metrix Archive. Stole our logo, stole our name, but did a mighty fine job at tidying up this trial. And more to come. Working on those uploads. So many uploads. Long uploads, big uploads.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis.
Yeah, should we bring up our slides again? Let's bring up our slides again. What is it? What is it? It's called the COPS scale. Consideration of... What is it? We'll find out. I just got to do one thing. We've got to create a goal. But you know what I'm going to do in the goal? I'm going to say, hey guys, if you can support the channel today, please do us a favor and go to the PayPals. And and then we'll put a nice fat link. Great. Fantastic stuff. Oh no, we're not allowed to put links. Okay, well, link is in the description. Love y'all. And then a smiling face. They sell. They sell. Look at that, all colourful and happy. Great. So there's our goal for the day. Let's bring up our slides. Is this it? Oh, hang on. We just got to show the attorney again. The chicken from the Disney Robin Hood, the original. It's just like Nestor, right? If we put them side by side.
What's the address of the emergency?
Well, we're going to get the very side of her. You see what I mean? Similar build, similar frame. Sort of friendly but threatening all at once. You wouldn't want to step on her eggs, would you? Look at that. Cross-examining the witness. Cross-examining the witness. Yeah, totally. That's my favourite though. Anyway, that's not the slides we want to show. We want to show good slides. Hang on. Okay.
Okay. My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court?
God, pull yourself together, you fucking baby. How old is she? 31 at this point. What is it? 22? Yeah, just about to turn 32.
Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know.
Yeah, it's from Robin Hood. That chicken from Robin Hood, Maid Marian's, maid. But she's the maid. No, she's the maiden. It should be Maiden Marian, right?
Oh, I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on?
No sense of urgency.
I don't know. I just...
What is she doing on the phone? How did she think that this is the character that she wants to portray? And we said this the other day, which is a fucking good thing to remember, right? Because the thing is that most people who make a 911 call, don't want to do it. And they gear themselves up and they think, okay, what do I need to be? And you'll have someone like, what's a good one? Shayna. Shayna's a good one. With the, I just came back in the apartment to get my things, and then he threw me... I had to shoot him in the face, and then he was still twitching, and I knew he was going to be deformed, so I had to put another 3 in his head. To save his dignity, because he's really vain. What a crazy bitch. Oh, pretty good looking, though. In a crazy way, in a psycho way. Which is a look, isn't it? Let's be honest. Crazy eyes. What were we saying? Or Jodi Arias, when she's just like, okay, what I need to be is helpful, but also forthcoming, and also sad. and shocked. You know, it's just, well, I was a real close friend of Travis's, and I just wanted to offer any assistance that may be appropriate. I'm not a psycho, honest. Somewhere in the recesses of her mind, as she was going through, you know, how shall I be on the phone, building up to it, and then committing to the character, right? She forgot one thing. You have to want to perform. If you don't want to perform, that is the most visible thing about any bad performance, whether it's an actor or someone making a 911 call, or a business deal, job interview. It works on anything. The Marines, you know, if you want to fucking go to, what do you call it, Paris Island, or that other place, and like commit to the, what do you call it, the training and the what's the drill. You need drill, you know, drill time. You have to want to be it and want to be yelled at by that goddamn guy in Full Metal Jacket, right? Oh, what a guy. What a guy. Yeah.
I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light off. And he's not breathing.
I don't understand it. I put a towel over him.
He's not breathing?
No.
Bearing in mind that she probably is freaking out as well, right? She's looking at a dead body knowing that she's just murdered someone, probably for the first time. We hope. Probably, yeah. But she's only 32. I mean, fucking hell. How long before big man Josh got the axe?
I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
No.
Okay, can you do CPR?
No. I don't know how.
You don't know. I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow.
By the window.
6.5.
Those were the sounds of a weeping wife becoming a widow by the window, looking at the wind in the willows. I love that. I love how far you can go with these things. What did I just say? Those were the weeping, wounded words of a woman, wife, winding. We'll stop.
Hours before
Becoming
that
a widow
terrible
by the window, watching the wind in the willows. Becoming a widow by the window, watching wind in the willows. Those were the weeping words of a wounded wife becoming a widow by the window, watching the wind in the willows.
phone call.
Shut up.
Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done. She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling...
Even the thing about having little fucking copper mugs. I know probably a lot of people have them, right? But it became a thing at some point where people started to say, hey, you know what would be great for the home? How about some of those copper mugs? You know that drink you like, the Moscow thing? We could make those at home. It'll be cheaper. So we'll invest now, and we'll have real nice, ice-chilled copper mugs at home, so we can be fancy in our home. Just have a fucking beer. Get a box of wine. Yeah, done. Hey, thank you so much. Big Shot Hamster. Wacky Willie was whistling wanker. Wacky Willie was a whistling wanker who widely waved while walking westward. Wow, beautiful. What can we add to it? Wacky Willie was a whistling wanker who wildly waved while walking wildly westward worldwide. Wacky Willie was a whistling wanker who wildly waved while walking wildly westward worldwide. The whole way round. Got to where he started. Boom. Thank you for the super chat, MC Hamster.
Multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan...
And to anyone else who is looking at their purse and thinking, oh my God, that's just too heavy, go to PayPal. Support the channel there at paypal.me/truecrime Metrix. Boom!
Was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice.
Lighten the load.
There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to...
Hey, for $4 million, I want the fucking mountain. I mean, what are you going to do with that house? Nancy Guthrie didn't have a house like that. Maybe if she did, she'd have been safe. What the hell is going on with that case, huh? What the fuck? We've got to go back to it soon. Oh, there's just been so much Kouri. Crazy place, Utah, right? Wild place, just wind blown and dusty.
Flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property. And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit.
Oh yeah, was that the plan? And buy the little farm. Deal? Have a little farm? Deal? Oh my God. She better be doing anal tonight. She better be fucking doing anal tonight.
At least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so that it'd be ready as soon as they closed.
How many times do you think she had to ask him to do that? Have you done the gravel yet? I told you we've got open house Wednesday. You said it would be done.
These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3?
Yeah. So great that you didn't need to have any money, Kouri. Did you just not want to be like, you wanted to look in the mirror and see a strong, independent woman, did you? Well, you can do that in jail. Yeah. I want to look in the mirror and see a strong, independent woman who will never quit, who refuses to quit, who achieves, or at least appears to, knowing deep inside that I'm an utter, crumbling failure with no spark of life whatsoever. People don't like me, and I don't know how to get better. So I better just cover myself in dream money and hope to fill that empty place within that I just don't know how to find.
Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So this His
2020, year before you died, 2020. We need 20 likes on the video right now. Boom, boom, boom. Just punch him out. Smash. Like button, smash. Boom. Smash that like button. Love that like button. Send that like button some flowers.
income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing into their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home, slide 4. It was a beautiful.
Yeah, well, it looks fancy from the outside. But you go in and then, I mean, we should, after the defense, or maybe we'll just do it now. Should we have a look at the home? Go and check out our video from the home. Yeah, let's do that. We'll take a break. Do some home review. Because it's fucking drastic. If anyone wants to check this out without commentary, go and do that on our channel page.
Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video or the scan.
Okay, the fucking heads on the wall thing. Well, let's talk about that when we get to the goddamn exotic sheep tragedy.
I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing a couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is...
All right, I want us all to play a game and find one thing in this entire house of good taste.
It's Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room. And as the scan turns, you could see the shared bathroom. And it'll take you into the master bedroom.
Just pause, please. I mean, this, aside from the size of the bed and the, kind of elaborate headboard and this and that, what this looks like to me is a guy that's just been told by his wife, get out of the house, divorce, final, I'm taking the kids, fuck off out of here, and he's gone and got a place and just throws a bed in it. Anywhere. Not even in the bedroom, just in the house. In a ridiculously ill-placed way. I mean, it's the same vibe exactly, aside from it being, kind of, would you call it upmarket? I mean, I don't know. It looks like it's got an upmarket price tag for a fucking idiot to buy.
And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom.
Oh, and these doors, right? You can see it now, right? That's a big thing now. Where do we hear about that? We heard about that in the Jalen Fleer case. Do you remember that? That was he a cop or a prison guard or something in between? He was, meeting 12-year-olds for all of those bad reasons. And then they were saying, did you send a picture of your penis on Twitter? Just like, it was like, well, maybe back in the day, but I deleted Twitter when I got married. and we're expecting. Oh God, that was just terrifying when he said that. Anyway, part of the conversation was, do you guys have, because the investigator has the pictures that she took from the 12-year-old's phone, and she's looking at them, and she's saying, so could you confirm, so you just moved into your house, right? And could you confirm if you, do you have those things that are very popular now, the sliding, they think, barn doors? And he's like, no, we don't have those, but this is those, right? And as a shit-talking realtor, Kouri would have been spouting this sort of stuff all the time. And in here we have luxury barn doors. This is all done in Tahitian pine. And it really opens up the space. Oh, God. Realtors, huh? I should be doing that job, really. I really should be doing that job. Fucking commission only. Let's go. Look, she's got a sit-down
Master
dresser
bedroom is going to
there.
move in.
Shit.
Bathroom?
Okay, yeah. It's too quick. She's got a sit-down dresser there with no chair, right? The mirror's too low down to stand in front of. I mean, I guess she's quite short, right? But even so, I would say, I mean, if you look, it's kind of got a fisheye lens, so it's difficult to tell how tall it is. But if you take the ceiling as 8 feet, the very top of the mirror would be 5 feet. Right? And Carrie is the top of her head is going to be what, 5'3", 5'4", 5'5". I don't think she's very tall at all, right? We'll have a look at that in the body cam. It's just everything is so ill placed. That's my point. There's a fucking sit down dresser mirror thing, nowhere to sit, and it's too short to look in if you're standing. I mean, come on. And if there was a chair there, it'd be in the fucking way. I mean, it's like, oh. And then that chest of drawers way over there in the corner. Again, no logical person would ever put that there for purpose, let alone the aesthetics. I mean, it's fucked. Bed's not centered with the ceiling fan or the back wall. We've got this like feature wooden fucking pallet wood bullshit fucking wall because we're rustic, man. Country, mountain country. Urgh. Shag carpet as well. I mean, do you have any idea how much I hate that? Fucking deep pile shag carpeting throughout the house. I want it everywhere. In the bathroom. In fact, I want it on the kitchen counters. I want a deep pile shag carpeting on the kitchen counters because I like everything furry. Because I'm a real animal lover. You can tell from all the heads on the wall. And a big old closet full of clothes. I guess we know where all those fucking $10,000 what do you call it? Deposits are going. Shoes. Shoes. I want everything from Balenciaga. Everything, head to toe Balenciaga. I even want my toilet paper to be made by Balenciaga. Nothing else will do.
And it'll show the master closet as well.
I guess by American standards, it's actually not even that big. Shanann Watts had more than that on one rail. So funny when the cop was in there with Chris and he's saying, So, does it look like she packed a bag? And he's like looking at the clothes. He's like, what does he say? It's so funny. He says, oh, well, it would be hard to tell if she only took a couple of items, if she only took a little bag, but I guess it'd be easy to tell if she took a lot of stuff. Talk about the worst possible thing you could say at that moment. If you made that kind of filler fuck up in a job interview, you're done. You're out. I don't give a fuck about anything to do with you anymore. Get out of the building. Security. I want you to exit this guy out of the door with his head. What does Robert De Niro say to the guy who has his feet on the table in Casino? The cowboy with the hat that Joe Pesci hits in the head with the phone. I want you to exit this guy off the premises, and I want you to open the door with his fucking head. Something like that. That's what we would say. Oh, let's get a shot of the bathroom then, because that's important. You know, as I know from this, well, it doesn't matter. Some bathrooms you just don't even want to be in, ever. Some of them are great. Okay. Again, the fucking thing that people are doing in shitbag modern pop-up cookie cutter houses like this is diagonals, right? Corner bathtub, custom, made to measure, custom corner, ooh, modern, different, something new, different, 21st century, baby. And I hate it, I fucking despise it. Just have some taste. Learn about proportion, about ratio, about golden ratio. It's real easy to remember. It's 1 to 1.618. It's called phi, and it's in everything. Fibonacci, baby. Yeah, Fibonacci would die if he had to bathe in that tub. And the shower. Well, I don't like it, but it's not particularly offensive, really. I mean, you've got the raindrop shower above and then a power jet on the side with a hand, what do you call it? You know, attachment. And then a little shelf there with the shampoo. But they still put bottles on the floor because she has 200 bottles of shampoo. I mean, talk about the placement again. That little basket in front of the bathtub, just below the tap, or the faucet. Anyone could trip over that. Poorly placed. Floating shelves as well, huh? Yeah? To prove we're modern. Fucking hate this shit. And people lap it up, don't they? How much did they pay for this house? Over $1 million?
And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
Even where the TV is placed and the door is... Oh.
Now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway.
Yeah, how when the door's open and it's that close to the TV, that would bother me. It would bother me completely. What is that under the TV? Is that a little fake fireplace with little flames that pop up? Fuck.
Of the home.
You see the corridor, the fucking hallway, this angle thing? I mean, It's almost like a hotel in Casablanca or something.
And that's our front door there to the
Yeah, that carpet's IKEA. That's $30 from IKEA. We've made it. We've made it. Oh, should we get some runners? Should we get a few runners to put around the place? Yeah. That'll be great. Another head in there in the children's bedroom.
right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's the front door, and then Carter's room.
A fucking buffalo. You fucking bastard, man.
Right in front, and then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic, and then to the left is the living room.
The stairs lead to the attic. Are we not on the ground floor, the first floor?
And now the living room's connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
Oh. Okay, so I guess the stove is behind the Pelly case on the counter, right? And the fridge is over there. So again, with the fucking diagonals, I mean, there was a nice way to do this, and this isn't it. The triangle concept. I mean, what is that counter on the far side doing, on the kind of the left back side? I mean, what are we to put there? A toaster? A blender? A coffee machine? What? What am I supposed to do with that? I don't know, because it's so fucking far away.
We see a black case on the counter at the top there.
Oh, can we make out what's written on that bullshit wall art? Oh, I don't think we can. Oh, that would be so great if we could. Maybe we can from one of the crime scene photos. I really want to say that, because if it says something like, what does all that stuff say? In this house, we laugh and love. It's always like, you know what I mean? That sort of poetic, inspirational message that for some reason people like to put on the kitchen wall.
Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
Okay, so Pewee Newton says that he thinks that copper mugs became popular because of reality TV shows. Is that right? Well, if you're watching those, you had no hope to begin with, did you? So just submit. Submit and keep an eye on that TV to tell you what to buy next. Josh's bro, Shane Grossman, just spilled the tea on Moms for Justice channel. Metrix, you should check out. It's legit. They haven't spoken in 10 years, and bro thinks he may have known a bit and influenced. So Shane thinks Josh knew about the Kouri planning the murder and influenced. Well, he was probably trying to get rid of her. Yeah, go through with it. I didn't tell you that, but do it. Yeah, and be sloppy. Be sloppy. Just like you were when we... be sloppy and, maybe get caught. But if you don't get caught, for Josh, it would have been like this. Okay, if she doesn't get caught, she's going to bring a load of money that I can use and, to get the things that I want. And all I got to do is keep pretending to like her. And if she does get caught, she's out of my life. He can't lose.
And where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet? Was there an item of significance located in there?
Yes.
Your Honor, however order that works.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that we should play the Moms for Justice channel's video, Michelle. Is that right? Okay. Well, okay, sure. We can do that. Just got to catch up with these great comments. Hey, did everyone see our merch? Where's that great merch? We got a new one. What have we got? Dentist, no. Rocket surgery. This is the best merch. Yeah. Maybe I got to make the space of the letters more better. Betterer. Got some pretty exciting news about the old merch store recently. Anyone with a certain mug, hold on to those babies, because they may be the only ones in circulation ever. What am I doing? What am I looking for? Yeah, whatever it is, it's taking too damn long. Because you're an amateur. Look at that. That almost looks like a professional product. It's not rocket surgery, which was a quote from Attorney Bloodworth the other day. Who was he saying that to? It's not rocket surgery. I just love that. I don't know why no one's ever confused those two things before. It's either brain science, no, what is it? Brain surgery or rocket science. Anyway, great comments.
And you
will
can
have a look at this
let the
Moms for Justice
scan
video.
play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you...
How fast do you think, I mean, straight away, really, but, when we saw the body cam footage of her in the house and the family coming over and Katie collapsing and so on, you got to think that was all still really in the moment. I mean, I don't even think she could really think clearly at all, right? So that doesn't count. That's like hyper adrenaline mode. And that's another thing that's really difficult to conceal, especially to the police. The people with the best chance at concealing that from the police are the police. And even sometimes they do a pretty good job. When we see a cop, like there was that white cop who, I'm gonna check that out one day, who killed, she went to her apartment, but accidentally, she says, went to the floor above, which looked just like her floor, and went to her front door and saw it was open. Pushed it open more, went inside, there's a man in there eating a bowl of ice cream on the couch in his boxer shorts. Oh. you know, most people catch that they're in the wrong house at that point and say, I'm fucking so sorry. I thought this was my apartment. I don't know what I'm doing. A long day. I'm really sorry. Yeah, see you later. Most people are able to do that. And police would have extra special training on how to recognize a bowl of ice cream, right? Especially General Isom. He'd be all over that. He'd probably walk in, even if it wasn't his house, and say, sit down and say, hey, mind if I have a bowl? You got an extra bowl? Oh, no, it's okay. A serving spoon's fine. I always eat with a serving spoon. You want to bake a cake? I was thinking we could put the ice cream inside the cake. Or you think it would melt, huh? Well, how about that? We bake a cake and then use the ice cream melted instead of frosting and then freeze that. It's like an inside-out ice cream cake. It's my invention. You see, that's what General Isom to do. He would have changed it into something positive. An enjoyable activity and possible future business venture. Because he's switched on up here. But what did that girl do, that cop? It was quite clear that, because the guy was black, right? And when they looked into all her records and stuff, they went through those texts, and she was making some pretty fucking rude comments about the black community on Martin Luther King Day, where she was posted as, parade watch cop sort of thing, and it was a long shift, and she wasn't enjoying the sentiment of the day, and saying some very, things you wouldn't want to be shown to other people, put it that way. Racist things. So who knows? But the trial, there was an interesting bit in the trial, because I think the brother of the guy, the decedent, the guy who died, which was, what was his name? He had a pretty cool name. It was like Buford or something. Like Bubba. It was a bit like the Bubba name, but it wasn't Bubba. Doesn't matter right now. But I think it's his brother who gets up when he's doing the victim impact statement, walks over to the witness stand where she is. Oh, no. She's at the defense table and he's on the witness stand. So he gets off and goes and hugs her. And they have like this 4, 5, 6 minute hug in the middle of the court, which is just allowed to, it's maybe not 6 minutes, it's definitely like 3 minutes. They're just together in this embrace for ages. And I think the courtroom start clapping. It was like, what is going on here? Yeah, I kind of didn't like it in a way, but yeah, we should check that out sometime. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and join us on the new fabulous Discord right here. Right here. No. It is... Oh, someone's messaging me on Discord right now. They're probably saying, shut up about that other case. It's Kouri Richins time. But I just want to send everybody the Discord, the fantastic Discord, the new Discord, the best Discord, where crime is always true.
Take Exhibit 9-12, please. And open it up. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12. No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 For the witness, please.
Every time I see a black glove now, I'm like, is that the glove from the Guthrie video? And I think it is, you know. That bagginess that we're seeing there, can we just bring up the glove? Let's bring up the Guthrie glove, the granny glove, the Guthrie granny glove. Nancy Guthrie glove image. Right, what's a really clear picture? What about this one? Yeah. Okay, right here. Now, keep in mind that the Guthrie granny glove is captured through a night vision, infrared, right? So that changes tone and the way things that are reflected and so on. So we're not getting clear image, but I just want to draw attention to the creasing on the ring finger knuckle of his right hand, and then go over to the Richins evidence tech glove, and we will see a very similar creasing of the glove, right? And I mean, maybe the evidence tech has small hands. I would have thought those gloves would be quite tight fitting, you know, like as if to perform a cavity search. You don't want it to get stuck and come off. Lost another one. Can I get another glove? Keep it. It's a souvenir. So what does that mean? Nothing. But it could be a similar glove.
All right. And then do you see Exhibit 1?
Oh, actually, if it's this witness, it's probably the glove that came with that box of cheap drugstore hair dye. That's a do-it-yourself at home job, don't you think, Michelle? That's not professionally done. Or maybe by a Utah professional. Do they have lower standards in the desert mountain range?
17 on your screen.
Yes.
What is that?
That's an overall photograph I took of the master closet showing a mid-range of the item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there.
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17
No objection.
and publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here. Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack.
Okay, do we have to give her a microphone that makes it look like she's going to sing karaoke? What are you going to put on? Well, okay. Here's a question for the chat. What would the song be that this lady, evidence tech, would choose for karaoke. Let's think about that in the round for a moment.
Point out for the jury.
Okay, I'm thinking ABBA, maybe? Dancing Queen. That's a bit too obvious, isn't it? Let's go with something. What about... Moulin Rouge. I don't know. Because of the red hair.
What we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
Thank you. If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please. Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located?
Oh, hang on. Okay, now it does look tall enough for her to stand in front of, right? But only just. You don't want to have that top border of the mirror all like right on the crown of your head. That would be just awful.
In the kitchen.
Of course, there's a bouquet of flowers in front of the mirror. These people, and she's a realtor. She's a realtor. This should be her bread and butter. Making stuff look nice, understanding placement, proportion, ratio, and function, and form, and style. She understands none of that.
That you documented.
Yes.
The boys' bedroom there. Yeah, fucking floating shelves. What's that yellow thing there? Look at that.
There are items that were located in the kitchen that you documented.
Yes.
What's that yellow thing on the wall there? That's not a light switch. 69. Or is that a thermostat? Thermostat from the future? Wow. I don't even have one. There's no heating.
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we're, what area of the home are
Chairs and walkways. Yeah? Mix-matched chairs with their backs to each other. And there's 4 chairs there that none of them can currently be sat in without having a big old fucking rigmarole moving chairs around. What is that table doing there, the dining table? And look how high you sit on the bar stools and where the counter table is. That's not a breakfast bar to eat on. Your hip is going to be in line with the top of the tabletop. The top of the tabletop, on the top. So to put your elbows on the counter, you're going to have to lean right down. Your back is going to be crooked as a question mark and give you aches and pains, which if you're a stonemason, ain't what you want.
are we looking at now?
Oh, we're in the kitchen now.
But it's okay though, because we've got some big old fucking glass light bulb things. Because it's modern and traditional. It's a mix. It's eclectic. With this sort of yellowish granite, faux granite probably. Do you think that's a real slab of granite? I doubt it. You know what that would cost? Fucking 10 grand probably. Just for the top. I mean, if that was one solid piece. Yeah, I guess they can afford it. But it doesn't. The things that she does spend money on the home are the things that shouldn't even be there at all, and the things that are there aren't done well, are they? Let's just be honest about it.
And
I think that's a really common thing with killers, is that they fucking just don't know how to decorate. Let's think about that. Who do we know that murdered somebody who we saw their house and thought, that is quite nice? That's really well done, and sort of a theme, kind of minimalist, but a little Eastern in parts, and kind of it's got rustic charm, but without being overbearing. Lots of natural materials. Woods are nice. Maybe a Persian rug. No, nothing too. Oh, the Berber carpet. Gotta have a Berber carpet. I'm surprised he doesn't have a fucking whole bear skin in front of a fireplace. This guy. I once stayed with an Arab friend of mine in Abu Dhabi, and we were staying in his house, his parents' house, and it was very big, very, very wealthy family. And there was a big room in that house which was called the trophy room. And in the trophy room, there were fucking heads of every animal you could think of, like a rhinoceros, like that he shot. And, it was impactful. It was impressive. But it was all in one room. It wasn't throughout the house, sort of just peppered through the house. Got another head.
we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot.
Yes.
Okay. And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
What is with that stairwell as well? Look at
If
that.
you could grab exhibit 9-10, please.
See, I'll just say one more thing about the kitchen. The door behind the sink. Why? Why? I could not do anything in that kitchen. I would not want to make a meal in there, or wash the dishes in there, or even sit in there for 5 fucking minutes. There's a shoe, just a single shoe on the floor. You see what I mean? It's a fucking student dorm, man. Student dorm for millionaires that just haven't grown up.
And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
And similar to the other one, did you indicate on this?
So what is this? So this is the office. What is that big old map of the United States over there? Got a chair and a couch. You see what I mean? How it's almost like they've just moved in and all they've wanted to just get the stuff out of the moving truck and just put it somewhere and we'll sort it out later, but they never did.
Virtual scan, if there was a document that was collected
Yeah.
on May 8th.
Yes.
Like, what is that? That table there in the middle, it reminds me of that, you know in Jurassic Park when they have to incubate the dinosaur egg in that lab? It looks like the sort of place you would do that. It's the sort of place where you could keep an egg. A huge, ancient egg and prehistoric egg. And bring it back to life. It's even got the lighting above there. Maybe that's what's making me think about it. But what is going to happen on that table? We've put a little fucking bowl of potpourri there. Because we're mountain people.
Oh, I don't see the tag on this one.
It's on there.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
I missed it.
There you
There
go.
it is. If we could pause the scan, please.
Yeah. Again. Presumably these are business papers and records and so on. I mean, you gotta run your masonry business if you want to earn $4 million, right? Keep organized. Better have 3 really expensive orthopedic office chairs in there. Yeah, how much are they? $500 a piece. We'll take 3.
What items were being
Basketball hoops on the doors everywhere as well. I know they've got kids, but I bet Eric threw a few hoops in there. Probably tried to hit the moose on the nose a few times as well. Sicko.
specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten document.
And then say something hilariously funny like, "I didn't hurt you, did I?" Got you again.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing.
And if you pop the ball on the buffalo horn, you get 1,000,000 points.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay, you could pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there.
Oh,
What-
hang on. We've got another inspirational kitchen art banner. What does it say up there? The sweet. Can't make it out. It's too fuzzy. It's all fuzzy.
Was a document located?
Oh my God! Look, there's goddamn space on the other side of the table, and no chairs on the other side. You should put the chairs. If anything, I mean the whole thing should be removed, but that could be a nice open space, right? Take the breakfast bar chairs out as well. Just clear the floor. Let the energy flow. You will achieve more peace within yourself if you can breathe in a room.
From that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17.
Beautiful, easy link there. Look, cough.ee / true crime Metrix. Back to the moment. What are we doing? This is a little longer, so should we do this Moms for Justice video now while you're all still here? We know it's getting late in the East. What do people think about the 9 o'clock start time Eastern Standard? Is that good? Would people like it earlier? Would people like it later? Because I'm willing to adapt to your demands. We should do a poll. On that. Okay, let's get the Moms for Justice video rolling out of the YouTubes. Moms for... Is that what it is? Is that what it's called? Moms for Justice? Because isn't that like... Because Dads for Justice is like when a guy that's not allowed to see his kids will dress up as Batman and climb up to the top of the Millennium Wheel and pull out a big banner that says Dads for Justice. Help me get my kids back or something. So I'm guessing Moms for Justice is not that, and she's just a mother who enjoys justice as much as we all do. Okay, so it's an hour-long video, Michelle. That's quite long. Is there a bit that's particularly good, or what are we saying? We've got to catch up with chat. Connecticut. Kouri's color palette: brown, beige, wood. Yeah, but to be fair, if you live on mountain time, you're not allowed anything else by law. The kitchen is so 90s, and those light fixtures are not modern at all. Ugly is what they are. Very true, Michelle. Very true. Who's fantasizing about what? Yeah, I'm curious. I want to do a series specifically on murderers' homes. And I know Shanann Watts, made the decisions about how that home looked and how much everything cost. Oh, God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being married to someone who will go out and spend $800 on a chair and then ask you what you think about it? And you're like, yeah, nice. Where'd you get it? How much? Okay, good. I'm going to go upstairs now and work out. So we're looking for Michelle to say, yeah, the best bit is... Oh, no, only watch 15 minutes. She must have yapped for another... Okay, the first 15 minutes. Okay, great, 15 minutes. We can do that. I don't know if these things are any good. I don't really understand the point. And then for the on-demand viewers, they have to wait as well. I mean, you should cut that off, Mom. Add value, add value, add value. That's our new ethos.
Views and opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the hosts and guests. All individuals mentioned are presumed
Now that I might see the sense of, for reasons that shall be revealed at a later stage to come.
innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
True crime. Metrix. Evidence. Verdict. Interrogation. Suspense. Prosecution. Conviction. Oh, come on. I wanted to get one. I had the feeling that that would be really predictable, but clearly it was not. So if somebody could tell me, that'd be great.
Welcome back to Moms for Justice. I am Carolyn. So good to be with you all.
And why hasn't anybody sent us a dog pillow? I notice all these creators have got dog pillows, and I know they don't get them made themselves. That's from their viewers. We need some viewers to send soap pillows. Join Soap's buymeacoffee.com page at soapdogmetrics, buymeacoffee.com, soapdogmetrics.
Well, tonight, sorry I missed you guys today. I wasn't feeling that great, so I was not live streaming today, but I was paying attention. It was a really good day for the prosecution, I thought, in the Kouri Richins case, and it was all about the money trail. If you had any doubts on the prosecution's case, I would say the tables are starting to turn. So it was a financial catastrophe today. It was all put on display, right? We will discuss some of these things later, but one thing that is very interesting about today that was mentioned is the testimony showed that there was a payment to Robert Josh Grossman for $25,000. Grossman was Kouri's boyfriend at the time of Eric's death. So let's get into this. As Kouri's murder trial has continued to unfold, more pieces of this story are coming into focus. And one of the most talked about figures connected to this case is Robert Josh Grossman, who goes by Josh. And prosecutors say that Kouri Richins was having a relationship with Josh while her husband, Eric Richins, was still alive. Now, Josh has often been described as a handyman who became closely involved in Kouri's life, and he's all over the text messages being laid out in court. Now, let me just say this. Josh Grossman has not been charged at all in the death of Eric Richins. We know he has some sort of immunity from other crimes. And Kouri Richins is innocent until proven guilty. Okay? I have to state that. Just want to make sure everybody knows where I'm at with that. So up to this point, much of what the public has heard about Josh has come through court testimony, investigative reporting, and secondhand descriptions of his role in Kouri's life. But recently, I have to say, I was contacted by email, from somebody who knows Josh on a much more personal level. And I just want to say that I am very grateful for that contact. Thank you so much. I have been speaking.
Is it verified? Yeah. Is it verified? As we know, emails get sent around. Unless they come from a verified mailing address, which is the same domain as their business practice, which can be verified, on a full letterhead professional paper. In that situation, I guess you got it confirmed.
Shane Grossman, and he is concerned and wants justice for Eric Richins as well. I have today 3 recorded statements from him that I'm going to be playing for you in just a couple minutes here. But I wanted to give you a little backstory first. You guys understood, how I talked to him, how that came about, so that, everything is out.
So Stells 25 says, live, laugh, love is Kouri's password. I agree. But the E's, she replaces the E's with 3's. And the A in laugh is the number 4. What else would she do? She's the kind of person that still owns a set of glitter gel pens in her 30s. And if she was writing the words, the dot of the I would be replaced by a love heart. in glitter gel pen. Oh. Have we got her signature? I bet there's a fucking love heart above that I in her first name and her last name.
And up and out, honest, the whole 9 yards. So I was live streaming the trial and doing some investigative videos on this case. And then Shane Grossman reached out to me and began sharing information to me about Josh. Now, you get emails all the time. You never know what's real and what's not, right? But it was all.
Yeah, not disputing it at this stage. I have no reason to disbelieve. Just looking forward to hearing what it is that demonstrates the validity.
A lot of information. It was very detailed, and you could tell that his heart was, hurting over this and probably just needed to speak to somebody about it. So, but he went into their upbringing, family dynamics, and the kind of person that he believes his brother has become over time. Okay. And Shane has sent me his phone number. He sent me his social media. He sent me family pictures to prove that it is him.
Oh, did we get cut? Are we not allowed to do that? What does it say? An error occurred. Please try again later. Huh.
So, but he went into their upbringing, family dynamics, and the kind of person that he believes his brother has become over time. Okay. And Shane has sent me his phone number. He sent me his social media. He sent me family pictures to prove that it is him, that he is the brother. He sent me lots of pictures of him and his brother. They used to race together, and it's all checked out. And I have the emails. I have all of that out of respect for.
You know what verifies it? A photo of himself now holding up a written piece of paper that reads, "I am the person that sent you the email from the address ... As you can see, I am the same person as in the social media with my brother, Josh. That's verification. It's like the Nancy Guthrie proof of life. Yeah, she's alive. I'll tell you about the condition. Okay, well, can you send us a picture? No, not right now. She's sleeping.
For him, there are certain things I'm not going to show, but I have these video statements for you I will be playing. Now, according to Shane, he and Josh have not spoken in more than a decade, but he says he has remained in contact with several people who know Josh in more recent.
Yeah, Michelle, I'm not doubting it. I'm just, it's the first time I've seen this, so I'm just thinking aloud, looking forward to that grand reveal when it all becomes verified.
Years, and this includes a former girlfriend who I will not say her name out of respect for her privacy. She has not come to me. She has not asked to be on the show. If that.
All right. I get just a general comment, really. Yeah, I agree with respecting the space of people that aren't involved or had no part in this and have suddenly been thrust. Like that poor guy, what's his name? Carlos down in south of Tucson, wherever that was. He's just suddenly the biggest thing on TV. He's just some normal guy driving a truck. The kind of guy that goes to the gas station for dinner. The kind of guy that gets excited when Heinz brings out a new steak sauce that he puts on a hot dog. You know, nothing wrong with that, but did he expect to be on TV? No, he didn't, right? No, he didn't. So I'm all for giving space to those that haven't drawn attention to themselves. But I usually just don't mention it. And it's not a criticism to Moms for Justice here, but I do notice how many creators, maybe this is smart, maybe this really appeases whatever need is within the viewership, because they really make a song and dance about it, don't they? Like, they don't just not mention something, or or just say, we shouldn't talk about that because, privacy, and then move on. They go, okay, I'm not going to talk about that because we have to respect the and we just want to be clear that it's innocent until proven guilty, and we have to be clear. It's over the top. It's too much. It's making a real big point of, I am with virtue, and I'm signaling that to as many people as I can. And personally, for me, I know a lot of people are warm to that. I'm not. I think it's distasteful. I think it's kind of cheesy, and it's self-serving. And because it's self-serving, it feels dishonest, because people make a huge thing about it, and they really make the point, don't they? And that's how they've chosen to, the message that they're pushing about themselves and their way of approach is that I'm a considerate, decent person, which is a great message to show. But when it's over-embellished for what is ultimately a self-serving reason, something about it puts me off, because I feel on some level that I'm trying to be tricked or swindled. I'm not saying that's what she's doing. I'm sure she's pure intent, probably unconscious about how that really looks to somebody like me. Or maybe she just doesn't care, because I am the minority. And the majority, how many subs is she? 19,000. Well, that's coming up to 19.8, I think. Oh, so coming up to 20,000, and that's excellent. Great. We need to get there. We'll do virtue. All right, virtue signals from now on, everybody. And also, I need to be a young, attractive woman. That helps.
That ever happens, then sure, that would be great. Shane has shared details about his family history, describing what he says was difficult and a dysfunctional upbringing, including allegations of long-standing verbal and emotional abuse by a close family member. To both, and especially.
What guy was that, Michelle? The dinner at the gas station guy? Yeah, that was quite good, wasn't it? You just have to see it. And I can see it. I can see him getting excited, going to the counter and saying, "Is it in? The new steak sauce? Give me a hot dog. Give me two. Give me two. And a bottle of sauce."
Actually, to Josh. So Shane said in his emails to me that Josh was a very talented kid. He was athletic and intelligent, and he had a lot of potential. But that over time, his life took a different direction. He says that Josh struggled with alcohol abuse, instability, and what he describes as a pattern of chasing quick money or get-rich opportunities. These are his statements to me. He said that he lives.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that, you know, and it's not about shaming the dead or anything, but I just, you know, there's been a lot of shout about the work ethic. And again, I'm really not trying to take anything away from the family. It's just a quiet observation in this teeny tiny corner of the internet. And there's a big shout made about installing, you know, education was very important to us. Religion was very important to us. Work ethic and these things, you know, ranching people and hard work on the farm. And I know stonemasonry, I mean, a few good contracts, but $4 million as your net estate at 39? You got to get a lot of stars aligned to get that right. Without doing something a little bent, right? A sweetheart deal or maybe muscle. Maybe muscle. You got to watch out for any job that requires you to carry large metal tools in your truck.
A transient lifestyle, sometimes staying with girlfriends or living in remote areas, and including, according to Shane, time spent living in the mountains. So, you know, what Shane has shared with me definitely reflects his personal perspective and experiences as his brother. It's important to note, just from the little that I have learned, you know, I don't know him that well, but from what I have, the communications I've had with him, he appears to live a totally different lifestyle than his brother. And he just wants justice for Eric Richins, which is very commendable. And we all need to pray for the Grossmans, because it is truly a privilege to get a closer look inside, you know, somebody that we know very little bit about. Everybody, there's like one picture floating around on the internet. And after the video plays, we'll go into a little bit more, some details of what he discussed with me, and any additional information, you know, because it helps in the broader context of the case to know a little bit more. So before I do that, if you're on here right now, please hit the like button. Look down at your computer or your phone there.
Hit the like button on this video, please. It does really help the channel. And it's basically no effort for you. So I think that's fair, right? If you haven't liked the like button or clicked it, then please go ahead and do that now.
If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. Okay, so he has sent me 3 videos. One early this morning, one in the afternoon, and one this evening after the testimony has wrapped up today. And, you know, it's kind of cute because obviously, you know, as the day has gone by, he's learned there were some bombshells today at court. So he's listening and he was probably like, I need to add something to that. And later on, he sent me another one. And he was definitely a little, you know, disturbed and perturbed about some things he heard. So, you know, give him a little leeway there. So at this time, he says he may come on the show with his wife. He has his wife that knows a lot about she's been with him for a very long time. But he would not consider that until after or if Josh testifies. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to play these videos for you guys. Here we go.
Good morning to you, Caroline. This is Shane Grossman, Robert Josh's brother. Just wanted to make a little video real quick. Just let you know.
Wow, what an accent, huh? Is that how Josh spoke too?
I think what I'm gonna do, so I was up late last night catching up with this case, And
Pearl, we see you. Pearl Orlowska. From way up in Duluth. Pearl, we are still streaming. Are you blind? No, that sounds rude, doesn't it? Buffering in NYC. What do you care in Duluth?
they were going through the text messages, and I was reading the one where
They were going through the what? Could you take the tobacco out of your mouth before you talk to me, please? Fucking get him a spittoon. He probably has one right there in his truck. Of course he doesn't. He spits on the floor.
Kouri and my brother were communicating on Valentine's Day when apparently she...
The last I checked, Valentine's Day was more than one syllable. Let's check Valentine's. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page with that.
She tried to poison him the first time, and
I did. This is the beginning.
Do you think all the men in Utah started checking their sandwiches from now on? Hey, do you want me to stop by the deli? No, it's okay. No, I just ate an apple. No, it's fine. I'll get something when I'm home, okay? Don't trouble yourself. No sandwich, thank you.
they got to reading his text. And I said,
Violent Times Day. Now there's some fucking gallows humor to send to an abuse victim on the 14th of February, or February 14th. Happy Violent Times Day. You're gonna love your gift. Smack.
sent you messages from my brother's previous girlfriend, and his message where he's telling her how he is his mother's son, that is confirmation on what I've been telling you about how him and my dad and my Josh has had a lot of issues from my dad. I'm sorry, I'm at work, my hat's dirty. I run heavy.
Your hat's dirty. Your hat is dirty. Well, you could take it off. You're in your truck. I mean, and I get it. I believe you. I knew that before you said anything. How's your underwear?
Equipment, we mine for Kaolin, but so he's got him a slick talk. He's got a real slick talk where he's talking about a white tiger in a tropical forest, wanting to be one of the Valentines. It's almost cringe for me to watch that.
So what is the accent, actually? Because this isn't like a standard Utah accent. It's more like, let me guess. Let's listen.
And to read that. And I know my brother, but if you look at if you look at the ex-girlfriend's messages where I mentioned about him being manipulative.
Maybe Kentucky. Not Tennessee. But he'd fit in Kentucky, wouldn't he? I think Kentucky. Something down there. Something,
and whispering sweet nothings. So I'm going to wait for him to testify. I'm probably not the guy you want to have on your podcast because I'm going to be honest. Me and him are very much different. I work hard. I've raised my family. I've been with my wife for over 30 years. I've got a 30-year-old son. I've got a 24-year-old son. They work with me.
What was the age difference? I've got 2 kids, 17 and 2. Nothing dysfunctional about that.
Podcast, because I'm going to be honest. Me and him
I got 2 kids from 3 different mothers.
are very much different. I've worked I work hard. I've raised my family. I've been with my wife for over 30 years.
Hang on.
Look at Kouri, not Kouri. If you look at the ex-girlfriend's messages where I mentioned about him being manipulative and whispering sweet nothings. So I'm going to wait for him to testify. I'm probably not the guy you want to have on your podcast because I'm going to be...
Oklahoma. Okay, so now we got to think back to... what's his name? What's his fucking name? Anthony... what is it? I forget. Yeah. I remember him talking about getting Kentucky Fried Chicken, and he spoke just like this. Or Texas. But that's... I'd be willing to put $5 to say Oklahoma. Yeah. And I can tell from the sort of gormless expression, the sort of expression that a rock can give you.
Be honest, me and him are very much different. I've worked
Dusty
I work
rock.
hard. I've raised my family. I've been with my wife for over 30 years. I've got a 30-year-old son. I've got a 24-year-old son. They work with me. I'm not nothing like him, but I got a feeling if I got onto your podcast, I'm going to come off very negative. And I for all the years that my brother...
That's my podcast.
brother...
I'm sorry.
is
I love Oklahoma. The Sooner State, whatever the fuck that means.
just been so cold-hearted, turned away from my sons looked up to him a little bit as an uncle. They loved their Uncle Josh, and I loved my brother. But over so many situations in life, I'm not ever looking to rekindle any relationship with him, and I do wish him the best. But I'm a firm believer, and the same as his ex. I believe there's more behind Josh and Kouri than I think all the viewers are grasping. I think they're seeing Josh as just that side piece, that random boyfriend. You go back to 2018, there's probably a lot of communications on phones when my...
See you later, Michelle. Have a great Wednesday, March 4th. Make it count. Make it count. Tomorrow is your day.
brother had a phone. Kouri probably had a different phone. She might have had a phone here in Carolina, a burner phone. But I know that their relationship went back to 2008.
Carolina, that had a bit of Carolina about it, didn't it? That didn't sound like Oklahoma. Carolina. They do that line thing. It would be shorter in Oklahoma. Let's hear that again.
Viewers, any situations.
But he doesn't sound like, I don't know.
In life, I'm not ever looking to rekindle any relationship with him, and I do wish him the best. But I'm a firm believer, and the same as his ex. I believe there's more behind Josh and Kouri than I think all the viewers are grasping. I think they're seeing Josh as just that side piece, that random boyfriend. You know, you go back to 2018, there's probably a lot of communications on phones. When my brother had a phone, Kouri probably had a different phone. She might have had a phone here in Carolina, a burner phone. But I know that their relationship...
She might have had a phone here in Carolina. So is he in?
Went back to 2018 as the girlfriend confirmed that I sent to you. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that right now because I need to shave. I'm looking old. I don't.
She's shaking her head like, you're not old. You look great. A little dusty, but, you know, you're working hard. It's the American way.
I don't want to think the way I'm thinking, but I know my brother, and I know that mansion.
By the way, if he does go on her show in person, I think we should start a campaign that he gifts her that very hat, just as dusty as it is now. What a trophy that would be. I'd love to have that for the museum, the Metrix Museum. We've got to get a real nice old building. I'm thinking the Flatiron in New York City for the, you know, top to bottom. The Flatiron building, that'll be the Metrix Museum / Mausoleum.
I guarantee you, just like when you read that text and all that mushy stuff, I guess, none of that's real with him. You know, he plays a victim a lot, and he has a reason to, but also he's an adult, and he has enough sense.
Yeah, well, he said Carolina, didn't he? And it's not North Carolina. We can confirm that because they're they have the ability to separate words and sounds.
No right from wrong, and there's a part of me inside of me that feels like he coerced her. He influenced.
He coerced her. He definitely coerced her.
Influenced her. He was more about the money and millions of dollars. I feel like he might have turned a blind eye. I don't think he was mixing a drink. You know, when you go talking, not you go talking.
I think he wanted to get the fuck away from that crazy Kouri woman. What was the text? If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, you would? Yeah, definitely. So you're going to get that $4 million? Hey, it might be worth sticking out to see if she actually pulls this off. And I'm not attached to anything, so I'm in the clear. Yeah. I'll just keep going with this for a while and see what happens. Hey, thanks so much. Riding shotgun with that fancy PayPal donation of support. We appreciate it greatly.
Evidence in the house that Carmen would go to get the drug money.
And thank you so much to Miss Myers for a great PayPal support donation yesterday. And we didn't even have a show. Even better. Thank you, Miss Myers.
From the closet, where she left the drug under the stone by the fire pit. And this is speculation, but I see my brother kind of, you know, and I've been around him, you know, man, there's so many stories I can say about the way he lived and the way he did the girls, his girlfriends, his daughter's mother. So I think they both were manipulating each other. I believe they were both manipulating each other. I believe she was manipulating him. You know, she felt trapped, wanted out. But I feel like the reason why she felt trapped, you see how he tries to be slick with the romantic words. And, but I could see him being the one, the handyman that, you know, maybe put the money up there. Maybe he was the one that was collecting the drugs on the drop. Being her do-boy, I believe he's a lot more involved than meets the eye. And I know everybody says that the court has all that they have. I don't think so. He's very slick, and he keeps communications. He's kept himself hidden. He didn't have social media. He definitely, being that it was her phones, he put things in messages, but he's also careful about what he puts in messages. He's more of a one-on-one, so things like this wouldn't be tracked. But, you know, he made mistakes and fell weak, but he did not move.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Christina. Speculation. I mean, I kind of think that he might have known something. Maybe he got the drugs, or he was the handyman that put all this together.
Moved to Utah. He did not move to Utah just for a relationship. It is money based. You know, he lived with me for a little while. Man, he wanted to be a pool shark. Quick money. He thought he could be a pool shark. He was great at pool. Then he wanted to be a UFC.
A pool shark? Well, like a hustler, like Paul Newman. Okay, good.
Fighter, all for a quick buck. Get in there and fight. Gambling. You know, he was doing this online gambling, and there was a time I couldn't get him off the computer and was trying to get him out of my house and get him to the property that he was staying on of mine, because I wouldn't let him stay in my house due to a previous circumstance that went on between me and him when he did stay in my house, and I give him my son's bedroom. He's a manipulator. He's a victim. You know, it's just, the good Lord works in a mysterious way, I tell you.
The good Lord works in a mysterious way. He didn't even say a mysterious way. Just the good Lord works in mysterious way. He blows my mind. I got to hear that again.
You know, it's just, the good Lord works in a mysterious way, I tell you. And those two are two peas in a pod. He is just as cold, just as blank, just as vacant inside as you see Kouri. So, co-conspirators.
Axe to grind, maybe? What did he do?
They might not have, like you said, she went up to the mountain to visit him. He's not criminal slick, but he's never owned up to anything, you know. And again, so I know we've communicated back and forth, and you know, you keep running into family issues. Now you're not feeling good. I know, you know, hey, you're talking to the brother, and yeah, you are, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's probably best for me to stay quiet, hear what he's got to say, listen to what he's got to say. I know my brother, and I'm going to be able to see him and kind of get an idea whether he's telling the truth or not. I mean, I in my family, I was closer to him than anybody else, other than his mother, who has to do what my dad says in a weird way. My dad's real controlling, but, you know, she would always be there. There was a time in the past when he was with Megan, another female, the one that is the mother of his child, and I went out to his house, and he was using then. He was sitting out in a house, no power, no nothing, no groceries, and I reached out to my stepmom. I said, hey, because I know my dad just said, hey, he's a piece of shit. He's this, he's that. He's a deadbeat dad. And my dad was correct, but it was pretty ruthless. My dad's ruthless. You know, my dad is cold-hearted. My dad is, if he tells you black is...
Did he have something to do with it as well? I think my dad might have been involved with all this.
White, then black is white, you know.
Just anyone he's got a grudge against. You know, my first boss always said he wanted to kill someone in Utah.
You can't, so there was a time I reached out to my stepmom, and I've always been sympathetic and tried to help my brother out. I taught him the trade of fence work. It wasn't long after that, he decided to kind of abandon our agreement, and he went off to try to start a business for himself. It was called Absolute Fence. Absolute for Absolute Vodka, you know.
Right. Okay, that's just what you want to fucking call a skilled labor job, right? We'll name it after a alcohol spirit. Why don't we call the company Show Up Drunk Fencing and Windows? Or Show Up Drunk Paving and Windows. He named the company Meth Head Maintenance. Think it through, people. Names are important, but, you know, a company's name is a business's handshake. Get it wrong the first time, there's no second chance to make a first impression. Remember that.
So he's always had a drinking problem, even before he went to Iraq. But going back, I reached out to my stepmother, and I said, look, Josh ain't doing that good, you know. He's sitting out there by himself. He's not working. He has no power. You know, he was really lost in life then. And she had showed up without my dad knowing and went grocery shopping and bought him stuff. So this is the story of him, but he's seen a quick buck. If you look at the message between me and his ex, and if you can read between the lines, he was there for the money. And I know him well enough, and that was such an amount of money, I wouldn't put it past him to have influenced her. Yeah, she did what she did, and she's guilty. And I see everybody, you know, guilty, and the boyfriend, you know, he could have been next. Their relationship was closer. Their relationship was way closer than what I think most of the viewers even realize. Because they were talking and together long before. You're talking 4 years probably before the murder.
Just to say, I give this virtually zero weight of anything. I don't treat it as facts. I'm not really interested in learning more. Score to settle, opportunist. I think we'll see more and more of that. With the freedom that's, and the amount of, and the access. You know, back in the day when it was just those networks, Court TV, Inside Edition, that were discussing this shit for public consumption. To get on that show, you had to, you know, be vetted and whatever, you know, all that stuff. Now you can just reach out to a YouTuber and get in front of the world on Moms for Justice. And you gotta think, this whole way of dealing with YouTube, true crime, following trials and stuff like that, we're gonna see opportunists adapt to this new medium that has been made available to them. You know, look at the Nancy Guthrie fake ransom on Bitcoin. Just think about the technology that has enabled stuff like that to happen. That is all happening more and more suddenly, right? Big changes every year, more change. And writing to TMZ and having their boss read it out on live, and it's not just covered on the networks, the big networks, but every fucking YouTuber is looking at that. I mean, that's an opportunist for getting the money. I mean, this guy could be looking to get his, you know, what does he do? He's obviously got a side business where he builds barbecues out of scrap trash materials. So he'll do your classic oil can, and then, you know, maybe something with an old toolbox, you know, a little grill for those small skewer kebabs, satay grill. Yeah. What else could he use? Gas bottle. This guy, look at him, right? And you tell me that guy's backyard and his front yard are not filled with gas bottles and old tires, right? If I said to you, I bet you $100 that guy's backyard and his front yard are filled with gas bottles, and in a smaller pile, but just as impressive, tires. If I bet you $100 right now, would you be confident taking that bet? I don't think so. I think I'm 100% right.
You know, he wanted that mansion, I promise you. That's a dream home. I know him. We talked. That would be my dream home. I was telling my wife the other night, I'm like, that's...
That would be my dream home. So, do they know what they're going to do with it? Because I'd be happy to be the live-in caretaker while they're finding a buyer. A lot of maintenance on a home like that. Did I tell you about my company called Meth Head Maintenance?
You know, that's the ultimate temptation for a man. And, you know, he was so set to become wealthy or have that type of lavish lifestyle because that's all he ever would strive for. But he never wanted to do it the honest, hard-working way, commit. He couldn't do that. He wanted to find that lottery ticket, you know, and that was the lottery ticket. And I really think a part of it was to show us, his family, to show his dad, although he didn't earn it.
A girl like Kouri, right, with the needs that are clear from her text messages, right? What are the needs? Well, we could go into that all day. But it's pretty clear that she's, what is the word? Easy to fucking use the shit out of, I think is the That's what you hear a lot of in clinical work. Easy to use the shit out of. Yeah. Now I'm starting to see a connection, because I could see I thought Josh was like that before this guy started talking. Just from those text messages alone. And we never heard what Josh sent back. But I think I speak for the entire world. Certainly the masculine world. When I say that nobody on the face of the planet Earth would be anything other than utterly annoyed by those messages. If I was divorced and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? It's the sort of message that you headbutt a wall when you receive, or at least a wooden door. You know, maybe not a wall, but hard enough to make a noise. Hard enough to take your focus somewhere else other than that fucking annoying message. What was the other one? I want to go back to it. Let's quickly go back to it. I'll see if I can find it real quick. I mean, what can you say? Just the fucking desperation. It's like... not that one. It's the one after. I have a crazy dream. That one. Ugh, I have a crazy dream. Oh, let's put it on the screen, because we're professionals. Very professionals. And we care. Quality and care. QC, Queen's Counsel. Oh, look at that gorgeous mug. I've got to show that mug quickly. Look at that. Come on. Who wants one of those? That is our best mug we've ever made. By a fucking mile. I love it. Simple. Clean. Beautiful. And the dynamite is symbolic. It's symbolic of how we make people's heads explode. Anyway, what was I about to show? This great comment from Kouri, this message, this text, right? Oh, I have a crazy dream. I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce, and come up with millions and millions. Yeah. What? I just... The juvenality. Juvenality? I divorce and come up with millions and millions. It's young. It's like a fucking 8-year-old's idea for a plan, right? And we'll live in a big house and have all our friends around all the time. Yeah, okay. Dick. Fantasist. Grab a shovel. Get digging. Oh, I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house. And I rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day, like they charge down the road. Maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job. And hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal. Nobody is going to respond to that with anything other than an urge to run away. right? Let's try and break this down. What is going on here? Because she's not expressing some sudden idea, right? It's not like she woke up this morning and suddenly in the shower all the pieces fell into place and she said, okay, now I see a way to, progress into a thing that we want to do. No, what this message is doing mainly is it's a sales pitch, basically. It's a very childish, and it's funny because it's trying to demonstrate her value. She is tabling what she is bringing to the partnership. That's the most thing that's going on here. I have a crazy dream. You quit your job. Okay, so what that means is you'll be able to quit your job. Selling point number one, right? That's what he's going to get. The first thing he's going to get, the ability to, do we know what his job was exactly? I'd like to know. Does anyone know? Please let me know in the comments. Or if you find out later, tell us on Discord. Where's that great link? More and more people are joining Discord every hour. It's free, but there are only so many seats. Standing room only. Please, not in the aisle. It is a fire hazard. We don't want to get shut down. So, what have we got? You quit your job, sales point number one. You'll be able to quit your job. I divorce and come up with millions and millions. Okay. So, money. But it's kind of funny that within her attempt at demonstrating her value, her worth, what she's bringing to the table, what he's going to get, and as we move through this, we see her more and more, try and play the part of some successful business person. And I can tell you this, if you are as emotionally fucking retarded and as transparently, desperately needy as this, it is severely unlikely that you will do anything worthwhile in business, ever. Any business. Go and work at Walgreens, because that is the best you're going to get. Right? And I love Walgreens. I don't know if I'd want to work there, though. I don't know if there's many creative channels. Anyway, so what have we got? Yeah, but it's delivered in this way that really exposes her childishness, her juvenility. I've decided that is a word. Christina, confirm. Or writing. Or John Smith, somebody. Tell me I'm not crazy. We buy Midway and live in the guest house. So we're going to live in this fancy house and enjoy the status of that. And, we'll be comfortable. So millions. You don't have to work. We rent out the guest house as a big event center. So I'm an entrepreneur. I've come up with, the minute I looked at that, I thought, well, the only thing you're going to have in there, realistically, is some kind of either event center for fucking weddings, which is a fucking nightmare to be a part of, or some sort of, not exactly a health spa, but you could develop it into some kind of retreat, maybe a Navajo retreat. Ayahuasca. That'd be great with the mountains. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road. So she's done her market research. and she's got this big old fat carrot in front of the donkey, $15,000 a day. So what does an event centre average? I mean, I severely doubt that they'd have the capacity or the experience to run a venue tight enough to bring down 7 days a week, right? So should we really give them some breathing room and say that they have an event 4 days a week? That's still very busy. Probably not even that's doable. What do you think? And it's kind of a niche as well. It's in Utah. That's not what you'd call a extremely populated state, I guess. It's pretty sparse, pretty open. As far as I know, from seeing it on the TV. But I understand that you can drive for hours. If you leave Grand Junction and drive to Salt Lake, most of it is empty, apparently. But again, I get all my information from the TV. $15,000 a day, like they charge down the road. There's this kind of attitude to that, isn't it? Like they charge down the road. You know, there's this sort of it's dismissive. Like they charge down the road. Maybe 12,000 to stay competitive. Yeah, because of my great fucking experience and knowledge of being such an entrepreneur, realtor, house flipper, deal scorer, closer, breaker, developer, boom. Yeah, I know things like undercutting the competition, the local competition, by $3,000 a day. What are we going to work out? How many days a week would she realistically have an event, a large event that somebody would pay $15,000 or $12,000 a day for? I mean, if that's a wedding, you're talking, what, 150 people? I mean, just bringing out the chairs alone would be a full-time job. And do you think this guy, Josh, jumped at the chance at working with her, living with her, running a business with her, receiving text messages from her? I think all he wants is a love hole. And maybe two or three. But, yeah. I don't think any of this is selling him. I would love to see his response to this. How can we get that? Okay, we need to talk to the moderators about that and not say anything else publicly. But I'm taking a note. $15,000 a day, like they charge down the road. Maybe $12,000 to stay competitors, and we will just run the event center. Just run the event center. That will be you're talking 18-hour days. It never stops. All that setup and cleaning up. And the more people pay, sometimes, do you think the more people pay, the more license they feel to kind of, mess the place up? Maybe. You're going to have to shampoo the carpet. You're going to have to shampoo the carpet. We don't know what happened, but we know it's a fucking mess. A bad, bad mess. There may have been a donkey in the building. We don't know why or how he got in, but there is evidence that there was one here. We got these disposable cameras that we're hoping to develop and maybe find a clue. It's like The Hangover, the Hangover movie. Yeah, if we pay $15 a day, it's The Hangover movie all the way. Maybe 12,000 sitting voters. We just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal, and this kind of little rhythmic end, right? These little throwaway ideas. It's like, oh my God, this is so perfect. Hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Oh, it is sad how visible it is that she doesn't know anything about herself, about what she wants. All she knows is that she's not happy as she is. And it's nothing to do with Eric, probably. Some people are just stuck in that fucking place. And then they send text messages like this that make everybody want to fucking vomit. Okay, proceed. Oh yeah, this guy. I'm not warming to this guy in any way.
In his mind, if he was around that type of money and living that lifestyle, to me, and to him, not to me, but to him, he made it. He would show us. The good Lord works in a mysterious way. And I think, I can't even
Is that the second time he said it?
speculate the way.
What is the line? The good Lord works in mysterious way. Wow.
This case is going to go. I'm not sure if she's going to try to throw him under the bus or if there's going to be more that surfaces where maybe he was actually involved. But what I'm trying to say, and this ain't good because I know everybody's out to hang Kouri, and rightfully so, justice needs to be done for Eric. But and this coming from the brother, it's sad that I'm saying this, and I don't like saying it, but he's just as guilty. He knew she was married. She was running around, with him, and he knew this, and he knew he was breaking up.
Oh, fuck all that. People have affairs, and it's probably, at least it could be, a healthy thing.
Home, even if it was just a divorce. He shouldn't have been doing what he was doing, okay? But I'm sure he wanted Eric gone just as well as she did. He wanted that money. If you look at the message from the ex-girlfriend, she clearly says, my brother was spending Eric's money. My brother's dream, and I've talked to my brother multiple times about business, maybe possible business ideas and stuff, and flipping houses. And he scored with her. Somehow, the stars aligned to where they met each other. But what they didn't understand, these stars aligning.
It's funny. Michelle said earlier that it was funny that I said stars align in relation to, what was it? Eric's business being so lucrative that he accrued $4 million liquid? Well, maybe not liquid. They said that was the value of his estate. So that's everything in his name. Right? So what? The house is $1 million. The business was it valued at 2? I mean, that's impressive on itself, by itself, for a solo company. $2 million. I don't know. Depends on a lot of things, that, but it's not. Clearly, he was doing particularly well for someone not 40 years old. Too well, I think. Sure, it happens, but it usually happens because of knowing your way around a few this or that loopholes, or well-placed bribes to say the city is going to redevelop a neighborhood and need fucking 6 miles of stone. I mean, or whatever it is, government. I'd love to know a little bit about his client list, because I bet you that there's stuff on there that is county projects, or stuff that's essentially government, or I guess it would be government, right? Municipal. Or things like large corporate warehouse offices, stuff like that. I mean, he's not making that kind of money going around and doing people's driveways in brick, right? I mean, and yeah, maybe that's just good, sound business decisions. But I think a lot of the time, contracts like that go to the person with the biggest bag under the table. And it's not, it's bribery. What's the official term for that? It's there's a law, or at least somewhere there's a law. I can't remember what it is though.
When you're cold and you're evil-hearted, and I hate to say this about my brother, I think the good Lord put them two together. The temptation for both of them was overwhelming. If they live in a world, you got free will. The good Lord pays attention. The temptation was there. And I believe both of them took a life.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not he was in her ear, she wanted to cuddle on the couch, watch murder mysteries, but he was smart enough, I believe. And he's got an IQ of a genius. He's not dumb when it comes to book smarts. He's just like common sense, which is what most people with a high IQ lack.
Hang on, what? When it comes to book smarts, he's just got common sense. Those are two different...
Whether or not he was in her ear, she wanted to cuddle on the couch, watch murder mysteries, but he was smart enough, I believe. And he's got an IQ of a genius. He's not dumb when it comes to book smarts. He's just like common sense, which is what most people with a high IQ lack.
Okay, this is halfway through the day.
Okay, we've just completed this guy has now elevated into full hick. We started off strong, but he has now ascended into full hick mode. Come on. The last time I saw sunglasses like that, it was on that rapist trucker in Thelma and Louise. Let's see if we can pull up a picture of him. I'm your stormtrooper of love. Remember him? Where did they start driving from? Arkansas. They'd have gone straight through Oklahoma. Maybe. Well, you have to go up. Well, Susan Sarandon didn't want to go through Texas. That's what it was. They had to go around. What are we looking for? Truck driver from Thelma and Louise. Also in full hick mode. Okay, it's small, but you just get enough to see. I mean, they're a different shape, but I think you'll agree. Also sunglasses belonging very much to the full hick category. Let's just pull it up on screen. I know this is a total detour and I should be tarred, feathered, and run out of town on a rail for these side issues. Which one is the sheep image, hat, hair, glove? Fuck, where is it? Ah, yes. Okay, it's a tiny picture, but okay. Am I right or am I right? Even the gradient, we're going from red at the bridge of the nose out to orange, yellow, blue, purple. It's kind of like a rainbow effect, right? I mean, it's like the modern era. Thelma and Louise was what, 92? And that's him now. Look at him there. Stormtrooper of love. Your Captain Muff Diver. Oh, it's a funny part of the film. It's good when they blew up his truck.
I've been trying to say this. And listen, I'm a little rough around the edges. That's why I did not want to go live on your podcast. Because I'm the type of person.
I'm a little rough around the edges. Yeah.
The more I hear this, the more I know who this is, my brother, the more angry I get. So,
You don't seem angry to me, man. I don't trust this guy. To me, it feels like somebody who probably just wants attention and people to take notice of him to change his day. You know, I believe it's his brother, but he's not saying anything that doesn't just sound like he's pissed off with his brother. There's nothing. Oh, he's a manipulator. Okay, well, yeah, he could just be a manipulator, womanizer, who saw an easy place to put it in, right? Because that happens.
I'm sad. I'm sad for the little boy, the child that was my brother. But when it comes to this grown adult man who's been sucking off of women for as long as I've known him, here's what I'd want to tell my brother. He's a scumbag piece of shit. He's a scumbag piece of shit. He's not innocent in this damn deal. He's had his hands in that cookie jar. He's had his hands in this cookie jar. You know, his ex-girlfriend, you know, he wants to mentally abuse. I would not be surprised if he was mentally abusing Kouri, but she's a lowlife just like him. I've always stood up for my brother. I've always stood up for him when it came to family issues and everything, but I'm going to tell you, thank the good Lord, because if my brother was in arm reach of me, there'd be a trip to jail. There'd be a trip to jail. He's a disgrace. He's an embarrassment.
Been a few of those already, have there? Another trip to jail. Yeah. Again, this I am not down with this guy any bit. He said a lot that points to victim mentality, and then these sort of pseudo tough guy suggestive demonstrations of his outrage are, it's like the other end of the scale to the virtue signaling thing that I got a problem with. It's like, I want to portray an image rather than just telling us the facts and letting those speak. It's got to be like, oh, if he was in arm's reach of me, there'd be a trip to jail. Okay, good. Ooh, big scary bear.
And if you ask me, and you're not, I'm just sharing it, you might as well, to me, in my eyes, label him as a murderer too. Because I know inside of me, for some reason, he knew.
Yeah. That's why everybody is lining up to take advantage of your unearthly powers of instinct. You know, if ever you saw a guy with his finger on the fucking beating pulse of America, this is him right here. He's in tune with the vibration of a nation. He knows all. He sees all. That's why he needs those special glasses.
The love of money is the root of all evil.
What does Ben Affleck say? Anybody who says money is the root of all evil doesn't fucking have any. They say that money can't buy happiness. Look at the fucking smile on my face. Ear to ear, baby. I normally don't like Ben Affleck, but in Boiler Room, he was excellent. Everybody was. That's a great movie. I gotta see it again. Even what's his name? Vin Diesel. The big guy with the round head. Sort of looks like a pretty Joe Rogan. The big guy with the round head that, you know, he was in that Fast and Furious piece of shit and some other piece of shit movies. But actually, in Boiler Room, he was okay. And I didn't realize he was in Saving Private Ryan until I saw it again recently. But he was in that, and that did bother me. I was like, get him out of here. That's not believable. He doesn't look like he's in 1942. Or, when was that? I don't know. The early 40s, let's put it like that. Omaha.
What a low life, man.
Boom. Sorry about the buffering, guys. I don't know what I can do. It's probably because I closed the shutters because it's so goddamn cold. Maybe I should open the shutters and see if that fixes the problem. Give me a sec. Could you hear that? It takes ages. Yeah. Let us know. Let us know if that buffering issue sorts out now, because the signal might have been blocked by the shutters. And if, God, it's instantly got colder. That's amazing. Fucking hell. Jesus. Anyway, yeah, let us know if that fixes the problem with the buffering, because then I'll know never to shut the shutters again.
You know, money for
Pariah!
nothing.
Welcome back, Pariah. Double boom to you.
Just a blood-sucking scumbag. A homeless, alcoholic.
I don't know. This is the older brother, obviously, right? So I'm guessing that there's some money issue in the past, right? He probably looked at this brother and thought, fuck him, he's not going anywhere. He's got his fucking build your own barbecue business, his yard's full of gas bottles and old tires, and his hat is all dusty. And it's always gonna be dusty. He's got those glasses. the kind of glasses that you can only buy at, what's it called? What's the biggest truck stop in the world? I think it's called Iowa 80. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Iowa 80. That's amazing. I really want to go there. Who lives in Iowa that I can tolerate? Nobody? Okay. Next.
Drug using, piece of shit.
What, you fucking Mother Teresa? You never touch the stuff? Because I don't know. I'm sensing a little something more than booze.
And I want him to know. I want him to know exactly.
This whole thing reminds me of the Nicole Kessinger thing. She knew, she helped him plan, she was there, their phone, there was a cult, there was a kill your baby cult. And they had to put them in the towers because of, what is it? Bohem and, or Boxem, what is it? What's the BJ on the High Priestess tarot card mean? See if we can find out. Upright intuition, sacred knowledge, subconscious mind, wisdom, keeping your own counsel. Well, what's the BJ mean? No, it's not going to tell us? Oh, here we go. Boaz and Jashin? Boaz and Jashin, which I forget what that is about. It's something to do with... what is it? It's like the sons of Abraham or something, I don't know. Yeah, but the two towers, Chris Watts putting... Everyone was going, yeah, there's a cult and I can't talk about it. It's like, what the fuck? We had people for months, years afterwards going, yeah, no, I think she's about to be arrested. They're closing in. The case is done. And I feel the same will be going on with this Josh. My personal feeling, people are talking about the mother as well. I don't see it. But I've had less exposure to this case than many. At this stage, early stage of absorption, I don't see it at this stage. But I'm open to change my opinion. Not about this guy, though. I don't like this guy at all.
What I think and how I feel about him. See, this name Grossman, you know, yeah, piece of shit. I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, I just wanted to make one last video and send it. Why do I sound so agitated? Why do I sound like I'm including my brother as much as I am? Because here's the...
Why are you putting so much time into messaging Moms for Justice? I mean, you got a little crush on Moms for Justice? I mean, you know, don't invite this guy to your house, please. Stay safe. How long do you think it's going to be that something like that happens, right? A true crime happens, a YouTuber covers it, is contacted by a family member of the accused, who comes on their show and ends up murdering them. Again, this new world we're in. We saw with Gabby Petito, right? This cross-section of van life YouTube community people that, you know, are into following that kind of content and living in their dream bubble. It's like Vogue magazine for van life. It's not real. We should do a spin-off series on that, because I could do some serious damage to that with love. Lovely damage. Loving damage. It's just called a roast. It's a roast. Yeah, there was this cross-section though, wasn't there, with the true crime people and the van life people, and then there was this intersection. And probably some van life people became true crime people, and some true crime people became van life people. I mean, if you think way back to that guy that was on, I don't know what the show would have been called in the States. In England, there was a show called Blind Date. And it would be like one person would come up, and there'd be a big screen, and then on the other side of the screen, this is all on one stage in front of a live audience, on the other side of the screen would be three likely suitors. And I think it would change the men and women thing. I don't think they ever did a gay version. This was early 90s. They should bring it back and do a super gay version. Presented by... Who would be the best gay to present that show? Other than Oprah. Yeah, no, a contestant went on there who was super creepy, and then won and became the person who would date the well, what do you call it? They're all contestants, I guess. The person who's choosing, because they ask questions, it's behind a screen, and then I don't know if he actually killed her or tried to or something, but it was just like, what the fuck? And it was on TV. Does anyone know what that show was called?
Reality. If my brother would have never gone to Utah, if he would have never went to Utah, Eric would be alive. That's what I believe. If my brother never went to Utah.
Alive. Now you got to think of Gigi, right? What you know, alibis. What you know, alibis. Yeah, I think South Carolina, right, Ryden? He said Carolina. Yeah. South Carolina. Real South. Close to Savannah, Georgia.
If
Whatever's
my
down
brother wasn't a blood-sucking, money-wanting freeloader that he...
You see the bitterness? There's personal beef here that is so obvious. And personal beef has a way of getting in the way, has a tendency to get in the way of truth, fact, reason, logic, and believability, credibility, right? It clouds all of those things. And I'm surprised that, I guess she feels that it's a great scoop, and it is. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching this. How many views has this video had? Oh, not that many. That's surprising. But it was only streamed, okay.
He has always been, Eric would be alive. Yes, that's how I feel about it. I don't think Kouri would have put...
John Smith, have you been to Iowa 80? What's it like? I hear they got a food court and showers. They've even got a dentist right there at the fucking truck stop. Because, you got an 18-wheeler. Where are you going to park that in town? They got a dentist right there to take care of all your oral hygiene needs.
Put this plan and life insurances and all this stuff together without him coercing her. The end.
So there you have it. Okay, so a couple things I want to say. I know you mentioned...
Okay, we'll give Mom for Justice. I still don't know her name. I'm going to call her Shelley. Shelley is going to wrap up for a couple of minutes, and then we're getting pretty late in the day now. How are we doing for time? Everybody okay? Or should we stop? I'm just going to finish the defense opening statement at least.
Mentioned Shane, and I know you're probably watching right now.
But if you don't want to watch that, oh man, it's 6:24. That's 24 hours, 24 hours and 24 minutes of solid work. Gotta bring in that bacon. Gotta bring in those bacon towers.
And then hang on, and just, if you decide to change your mind, you and your wife can come on at any point, and I can interview you if you're interested in doing that. If you ever feel you have more you want to say, it'd probably be, and I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions for you. But you mentioned your name. What another person does not define who you are. And you need to hold your head up high and carry your name and be the one Grossman that, unless, of course, he didn't do anything, of course. He hasn't been charged. But if what you...
Yeah, if. Yeah, no, I got no... You know what I mean? When you either feel something or you don't. And I think most of the time you can be pretty secure on that.
Your hunch is correct. I just want to make sure that that doesn't define who you are. So there's that. And everybody gets angry, and I can see it, and there's a lot of pain and all that. And, it's takes a lot of bravery to come forward and to speak about that. So, some of the things that he said to me, there are opinions and suspicions, but he never once,
the evidence? Where is the solicitation and conspiracy evidence? The state couldn't show that because there wasn't any evidence.
Beautiful. I'd forgotten about the new coffee alert. Thank you so much, Pariah, for those great 3 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/true crime. Metrix, of course, the best way to support the channel this day and every day this week is on PayPal, because it's the only way that we might be able to, So head on over to paypal.me/true crime metrics to support the fuck out of us.
Once pretended to have any facts because they simply have just not talked in so many years, okay? But to have words coming from a brother who once knew him well and understands, the dynamics of this family is really, really important. So thank you again, Shane. And, he feels that there may be more to this relationship between Josh and Kouri than what was publicly discussed so far. I guess that remains to be seen, but we can only pray that Josh is not involved. But I remember there were times I was upset with my family and I was like super angry, and then you pray about it again, and then you wish the best for them because it is your brother. But I totally can get why this man is angry. He's listening to this trial and all this stuff is coming out with, she paying him $25,000. What is she paying him $25,000 for? I don't know, but that's what came out in the testimony. So I'm gonna go through a couple things he shared with me that some might cross over with what he said in the video, but I want to make sure I cover it all.
All right, quickly.
So the two have actually known each other. It's looking like 4 years, because there were text messages that Shane had sent me between Shane and an ex-girlfriend of Josh's. And if these text messages are, for real, and I believe that they are, that it looks like this goes back to like 2018, that they at least knew each other. Okay. And he has not seen his brother for over a decade.
All right, well, we don't need to hear it be repeated, but thank you, Shelley from Moms for Justice. Hope you don't mind that we borrowed your little scoop video there. It was interesting. But yeah, well, I don't need to say it again. Didn't like the guy, don't trust the guy, don't see any reason to give any weight to his opinion. Very much the opposite. There was a lot demonstrated that seemed a grudge, a score to settle, massive disdain. Perhaps it's just a chance to shame his name and get him back for, what did he do? Fuck his wife? Or his, what kind of pet would he have? Possum? He fucked my possum.
Home. They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of a home as soon as you live in it. They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of...
Let's just spend a little moment looking at the front of the house here. So we got a raked driveway, which does make good sense. You want the the runoff to lead away from the house, flow away from the house. I mean, how many garage doors are there? Is that their property? I mean, it is their property, isn't it? On the far right, there's a double garage as well as their double and single entrance garage. I mean, how many cars do you have? And then there's enough space on the driveway to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars, maybe. Smaller cars. Or 6 pickups. I mean, and then you got the fucking 5 cars in the garages. How many cars is that? It's like 15 cars. Yeah. And silver birch, pretty. They don't last long. They're not going to last as long as that house should last. What's the lifespan of a silver birch? It's like 20 years or something, usually. But it looks so pretty for the new buyers. Silver birch is a fast-growing, short-lived pioneer species with a typical lifespan of 60 to 90 years. Yeah, in their natural habitat, but these are suburb birches. They're suburb birch. Funny.
That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of the home.
And when they said attic, like, oh, there's the stairs that go up to the attic. I mean, this is a bungalow, essentially, right? There's no second floor. There's a room up there in the attic and then some other fucking storage space. So it's a one-level property. I mean, I really would not like to be on the ground floor permanently.
As you live in it. They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter.
Oh, that's it. He's got a load of fucking ATVs and quad bikes, 4-wheelers and such, right? That's why he needs all the garages.
He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually.
Okay, outrage at the exotic sheep. I did find a picture of the exotic sheep, and it's called an Aoudad, which is a Barbary sheep, popular year-round, free-range experience mainly in the rugged mountains of the northeast of Mexico, I assume. So yeah, we've got a picture of this nice fellow. There he is, look at him there. I mean, what a magnificent, interesting creature. And people are going to go, oh, it's cultural. Okay, so what's cultural? Because everything that a hunter will say about why they love doing what they do, I love. Going out in the wild, the wilderness. There's something very meditative about being as motionless, quiet, stalkerish, breathing. You have to control your breathing. You hold your breath a lot of the time, I'm sure. And there's all sorts of interesting, nice tricks about being present in the moment. And what you're doing when you look down your sight or your scope at, when you're pointing your rifle at this thing, what you're doing there for a moment, a brief moment, is connecting with the animal. and existing in a space. And that's a wonderful thing to do. So you can do the whole thing, the whole trip, the whole amount of time, the being in the woods or whatever it is, the wild, and enjoy all those things and not kill it. You know, you could form a relationship with this. And we see that happen sometimes, where someone will return to a wild animal that they became familiar with, and the wild animal will come up to them and recognize them. And there's an undeniable demonstration of recognition. Two mammals, living thing to living thing. And that's just a great thing. I couldn't imagine being in that space with this peculiar looking character right here with the big horns and thinking, now's the moment where I'm going to put a fucking 50 cal in his chest. Maybe not a 50 cal. But what the fuck would you want to do that for? He just wants to climb up the rock. I eat meat. But I'm not happy about it sometimes. Especially when I see those baby lambs. I mean, they're lovely. You think, yeah, they fucking taste good too. Sorry. But I'd have to be pretty fucking hungry to kill this guy, though. I love him. He's great. The Mexican exotic goat. Or sheep. Is it a goat or a sheep? He's a Capricorn. Yeah. Anyway, that's my opinion on killing things that are just so interesting to look at. But now you can look at them on your fucking wall, dick.
They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is...
Are those faces of the children blurred out enough? Because if you squint, it's like they're not blurred at all. If you squint just enough to make everything else equally blurry, then you see a clear image. Oh, that goddamn awful stone fireplace thing.
Is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world.
Yeah, is anybody looking back on that fondly? Oh, I miss those days when I was a constant taxi driver with zero appreciation and nothing but demands coming from the back seat. Yeah. No, I wish I could go back and enjoy all that again. I don't think so.
And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and
And yet everybody walks into it thinking that it will be. When is that going to change? I think it probably pretty quickly now, right? It's now almost mainstream to not get married. If you're married now, are you really cool anymore? Probably not. Probably not. That's okay, you're in your bubble. Open up.
Did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out. And they did.
Yeah.
You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends. Now, on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, you want it? Thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited.
Who gets excited over having one shot? Yeah. Bring over the tequila and pour it into this tiny little glass that's gone in half a second. Now get the fuck out of my business.
He wants to celebrate.
Oh, hang on. Oh, this is from... No, this is to Eric. Oh, I can't. Celebratory shot tonight? I gotta do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. Exclamation mark. And then I promised vagina. What? And then I promised vagina. Am I reading that right? I promised vagina I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Well, I would think your vagina walks with you anywhere you go. There's somebody called Vagina in this story. This person has to be found and spoken to.
About the big closing. When Eric got home the evening...
Hang on, was an Eric text visible there?
She can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate
I want to see what people
about
sent to her.
the big closing.
Can we see that? Is it blur? Oh, it's all blur. Yeah, can't read that. Unfortunately.
When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the...
See you later, riding shotgun. It's a late running show, I know, I'm sorry, but thank you for coming and see you soon.
Travel. He got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by, they visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up. Kouri's mom left, they tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups that you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop. They had their drink.
A lemon drop. What is that? I gotta know what that is.
They actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house,
Is it like
right there.
limoncello?
Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And
Yeah, he loved marijuana gummies, and he also loved lemon drops, apparently. And I just found out what that is. Look at this. Well. Well. Big tough stonemason. Could I get a little curved lemon rind on the edge? And I like the glasses to be, dipped in margarita sugar. Is that a chilled glass? Because it has to be a chilled glass.
the police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8. These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them you can tell had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown. So you take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed.
What? It said Virginia? Now I gotta remember where we were. Where's that text?
Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. Can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. Thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was basically said together, his friends. Now on March 3rd, Eric started sending. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together as a family. When Eric, basically, let's get this close. And they did through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. Please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small, but it basically says, thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about the big closing.
Shit.
Kouri's saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to.
Right, it definitely says vagina. Virgina. But she meant Virginia, did she?
Just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that. Based on what you've already heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved a short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom, and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure.
Louise Bang says, my credit card ran out. I need to update so Metrix can get some money. We do also accept cash. And good thoughts. So just send us some of those when you can.
That Eric did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed, and he was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear slide 10, that there was an empty pill.
Yeah, I did actually kind of convince myself that it was spelt V-I-R-G-I-N-A, but of course the true spelling of vagina is V-A-G-I-N-A. Join us next week when we will be going over the word penis and names that are similar to it.
Pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay careful attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016. Made out to him for pain pills.
I've got paracetamol in my wash bag from 2003.
That's going to become important later. Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her. We're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around the house. It appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening, that's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours, and the medical examiner is going to tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richins died. Somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear? Is how that fentanyl got inside of him. Because there is zero evidence of that. To this day, slide 11, please. You're going to see that his death certificate, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down. Sorry about that. That's the wrong thing. His death certificate reads that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day. You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder, it can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richins' death. Now you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death. But you're also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet, you search the bathroom, you search the vehicles, you search the house, you search the office. They didn't do that. all kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day. There was no restrictions on anybody. And guess what was sitting in the sink? The cup never taken, they were never tested, nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died.
Well, how many people make themselves a fucking cocktail in a little stupid copper cup and don't finish it? Especially when you're having one, supposedly. I thought I was in the mood for this fancy drink, but I changed my mind. I'm gonna go get my gummy bears.
Kouri, or I'm sorry, not day after, day of, they started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to her conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're gonna hear it never changed. You're gonna hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the
You see, she's making a point. And in general, I think I do like this opening statement from the defense. It's competent, at least, which we can't always say. But she's making a real point of addressing each point of the prosecution's statement, right? Like, they didn't take the cups. What do you do when there's a crime scene? You check the house, the garage, it wasn't done. A friend of Eric's is going to testify in her favor. But I don't think that she's going to address the the Google search, where she's like, can I delete my phone remotely if the cops have it? If you poison someone, what does it show up as on a death certificate? But I think even though she doesn't mention that, I don't think. She does with what's in front of her, she does a pretty capable job at getting the jury to believe that there is a side of this that they have not heard and that they need to keep an open mind. So it's about as good as you could hope for in this case from the defense, with the information and that they have and that the prosecutor has, because they have a lot, right? Records.
cops getting there. She knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood, they test your bodily tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check for fentanyl, my husband used it all the time? Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose. But she didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on.
She oversells on the drug thing a bit here. As far as I remember, she's about to say something to the effect of course no family member wants to admit their loved one has a drug problem. Of course they didn't want to put that on the record. The shame. Which is a bit of a cheap shot, and I think it's transparent you know, didn't do favors, didn't play out quite how she had in mind.
On his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, you know, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because
she'd been trying to get him in rehab for years and he wouldn't go. I don't have a problem. I can quit when I want.
she told her truth. She told her truth over and over again.
Okay, big tip to any budding defense lawyers out there. Never, ever, ever, ever in any context, let alone a fucking criminal trial, use the phrase, her truth. I never liked that in the beginning. But Amber Heard really took it to the circus and made it sit outside and not even see the performance.
And it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear.
Yeah, you're going to hear that over and over again. I don't know what happened. He was cold. I don't know what happened. We were fine.
That Eric Richins' family simply could not accept that.
Oh, this is another cheap shot as well, which again, I don't think is going to warm to the jury, especially when they see that poor old Mr. Richins. Gene, right? Oh, God. Really, human grief when it's real is so apparent, isn't it? That withdrawn thing of just being not even really present in your body anymore, feeling gone. Very sad.
They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No.
This is verging on gaslighting, isn't it? She's gaslighting the jury. This almost this understanding, sympathetic tone. What was it again? Because it's definitely a cheap shot.
Now you're going to hear that Eric Richins' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable.
That's totally understandable. Of course they needed someone to blame. Who wouldn't? We've got family. Yeah, really not a good look.
No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that.
But the law firm that is called Nestor and Lewis, which is the motor mouth, the Garth Algar lookalike, Nestor and Lewis. I mean, you can tell that they really have this working pattern. She's all softy over here, but she rattles the cage as well. And that other guy, I've taken to calling him Pierre, because I swear, what's his last name? Oh, I don't think it is French. I was looking at him and I was thinking, yeah, you're French, aren't you? You are French in origin, and you went to Paris once and adopted the style of the land. He looks so Parisian from the 15th district.
But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police, Kouri probably did this. Kouri probably did this. Day one. His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richins family hired a private investigator, and you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator, and it's almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death. Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richins' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal.
If every person is indeed flawed, could there be any such thing as purity in existence? Yeah, okay, Plato.
Correspondence into entertainment with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind.
Was that boredom? Was that a little flash of boredom? Watch her wince almost.
Get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about court purpose.
Shit. What could we do to Kouri to make her look more like a human being? What is it? I mean, if I hold my finger over her eyes, I think it might be her eyes that are... No, if I block those out, there's still no life. Because, I mean, technically speaking, generally speaking, she's not an unattractive woman. I mean, compare her to Sarah Boone. Or that other one, that one in, what's her name? The one in Colorado, Letitia. Technically, she should be attractive, but she's not. So what's missing? I submit to you the answer to that is a soul.
What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family. The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage, yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage, all true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did, her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before, on Valentine's Day, when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich, drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer. That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day. You're going to hear that he had discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer. You're going to hear that that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very shortly after this incident. He never even brought this up. He never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day. Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he did any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the witnesses first. You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time in his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer. You're also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri. You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband, because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's co-workers. Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richins knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it? Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after?
I'm starting to change my mind on this defense opening statement. Now we've gone into the Chandler Halderson routine of, do you know how Bart and Krista died? Exactly how they died. You don't. And that's a problem. And when you go back there to deliberate, if one of you, just one of you, is looking at that door at the back of the courtroom and says, I hope someone runs in with a tape of how this happened, you have reasons to doubt. It's basically saying, unless we've been either gifted a videotape of him chopping off his father's head, or we're granted access to a time machine so that we can travel back with the jury and watch the whole thing live. Unless those things happen, there will always be reasonable doubt. And it's just amazing how clearly in any state that the jury are instructed on the concept of reasonable doubt and what it means, what it doesn't mean, and it's very clear. And when defense attorneys try and attack that and says, well, it's not like this, it's like this. It's like, well, okay, but the next bit is where the judge tells them exactly what it means. So what are you doing up here? I would never focus on that. Not directly. Perhaps by that, what do you call it, motivational interviewing technique where you lead people to their own conclusions, which you have installed for them. Wendy. Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Motivational interviewing. Go and read about it, practice it, install it into your life.
Kouri went to sleep. The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones. And he also...
Yeah, lifting heavy stones. Okay, well maybe a few, but most of them you pick up with a fucking crane or a forklift. It's like, yeah, he would pick up a 5-ton stone and just lift it to the top of the building. He loved marijuana gummies, he suffered from back pain, and he was also a giant.
Was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it, and he claimed to people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like...
Really? Because I heard that he called his sister if he had a tummy ache. And not like a serious, I've been poisoned with a deadly sandwich tummy ache. I've got to go to the emergency room right now, or I will die. Not that kind of problem. I'm talking basic. Like you ate a bowl of cereal too fast, drank all the milk out of the bowl at the end and it was too much, and now your stomach is churning because you also had orange juice with breakfast. That kind of stomach ache. He's like, Sis, I feel queasy. Am I okay to drive? I think I should stay home, or do you think I'm okay to drive? You know, he's a man's man who didn't want to admit he had back pain and used fentanyl to cope. Sis, I just stubbed my toe and a part of the nail of my big toe, it came off. What do I do? Can they stitch it back on if I take it to the hospital on ice? The nail? Some people are like that though, increasingly. Aren't they? And they want to be, for some reason. It's a validation thing, isn't it? It's like if I can create a reason that someone is going to share a caring word with me, I'm going to go for it. Because that proves to myself that I have value. Self-deprecating strategy, though, because you do it too much and they won't answer your calls anymore. Then you'll really be fucked.
The gummies that gave him relief from his pain, that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country.
Yeah.
And out.
Smuggle, luggage, trips, Mexico, goat, exotic, sheep, killer. Needed another head for his, bathroom. Where are we going to put this one? I was thinking, there's nothing in the bathroom. How about inside the shower? Yeah, we'll put the exotic sheep inside the shower at the top. In fact, maybe I can rig it so that the water shoots out of its mouth. You see, if he was going to do something like that, I may get on board with the whole hunting the exotic sheep thing, if it was creative. But just general, basic taxidermy, which is like just... I don't know how you could walk around there and not have this overwhelming sense of shame and guilt and contrition and regret. What do? I collect heads, mostly endangered species or, animals on the verge of extinction. Because I'm a collector, and I like to collect the ones that are almost, completely... Those are like worth the most points. In the collector's game, like if I bring another hunter friend around here, and all I've got is squirrels, even if they're grey and red, they're not going to think too much of me. I need the rhino with the big horn on the nose. And I also want a Siberian tiger and one from Sumatra, because they're the most endangered.
Out of the continental United States, when you got to go through TSA.
Saving up for an orangutan. I'm going to try and hit that while I'm in Sumatra also. They are not the gentlemen of the trees that the nature shows will have you believe.
That's how much he needed that relief. Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who cleaned her properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honors, apologize. May we approach?
It's going to happen a lot over the next 5 weeks, so get ready.
Look at that great edit. You see that edit? No sidebars, good audio, all cut up nice with chapter marks. Everybody go and check out this guy's channel. It's someone called Metrix Archive, and apparently what he does, or she, we don't know, but Metrix Archive just puts up these great videos of Trial Watch for us all to enjoy over time. Please go and like that channel, subscribe to that channel, and support that channel any way you can.
you're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you
So I don't even think we have that. Is that the chemical name or a brand name? What do we have? Cocodamol and codeine. And sometimes they'll give you a special pill that's both of those bad boys mixed up into one little good pill. And those are fun.
want stronger,
Driving a car is like being on a magic carpet. Yeah.
oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's going to testify that back in 2020.
I thought 30 was the price, or is that just what he thought? I remember him saying that he was all like, so how much are these Oxy 30s? And he goes, 30. $30, $30.
22.
How did you come up with that pricing? Well, it says on the bill. I thought that was the tag.
Before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger, and that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier. Crozier's going to say that is what he sold Carmen Lauber, was 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death. The fentanyl had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time, federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket.
With the whole poisoning thing, especially if it's done with a pill. I was going to say medication, but I guess it is a medication. Whatever it is, if it's with a pill, with a poisoning thing, you gotta come up with a valid reason why he took the pill by mistake. Right? And I think it's usually good to throw in some kind of sex game story, because that is still something that's somewhat taboo to discuss, especially in a setting as formal as a courtroom. And it puts people they back off a little bit, I think, in general. They make allowances because, I don't know, there seems to be a politeness about it somehow. But it's a good thing. We've said it before. It's the smuggler's trick, right? We saw that movie. Smuggle a load of cocaine back from Colombia and have solo male traveler have female underwear in your luggage. Because when the customs man finds it, he goes, "Oh, so that's why you're sweating and looking embarrassed and kind of nervous about me finding about your ugly fetish, perv." Yeah. I don't think that'd work anymore, would it? Maybe in the 80s or the 70s. But not anymore. But it's a good thing, you know. What could it be? You'd have to find someone that sold the lethal stuff and something non-lethal, such as Viagra, right? Could you get fentanyl in blue pill form? Because that'd be perfect. He was getting Viagra and didn't want to go to the doctor because of male pride or whatever. And she sourced it through the cleaner. She got it from the dealer, but the dealer who sells fentanyl and Viagra mixed up the bottles. There's reasonable doubt to be had in there. Who is going to go against you? The drug dealer? Where's their credibility? It doesn't exist. The cleaner who's been in and out of drug court? No credibility, or very little, even though she was very personable. In the eyes of the jury, she's a felon, a rule breaker. That kind of thing would be better than this. There's reasonable doubt there. It's got the sex angle, which I think has somewhat of an effect of making people kind of back off a little. And you're in a position where you can explain everything from your side as Kouri, as the defendant. And there's room for her to say, listen, this is all I fucking know. That kind of thing. I can't wait till we see a case where somebody can come up with a fucking defense that's like, oh yeah, baby. No, you got it. When was the last time we saw that? A really good defense. Hard to think, really, isn't it? Maybe the TV networks that air this shit avoid that. Do they? I mean, Casey Anthony, of course, but I never watched the whole trial. I saw the opening statement with Jose Baez and everything like that, but, you know, well, got to keep an eye out for that top defense attorney.
We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in, but you got to say Kouri said fentanyl, and she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes into this country from? Mexico. Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years.
Well, I'm pretty sure a competent chemist could come up with it without going to Mexico. I mean, what's in it exactly? You know, that's how drugs travel these days. Is like Colombia or Venezuela doesn't ship, processed, completed cocaine in those white bricks that we all see in the stupid movies. No, they ship the fucking leaves to the States or Europe, and they're processed there. A lot less traceable by customs. And yeah, the raw ingredients. That's how things are moving around.
Before, not the 1 year before, in those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father, and that she did it for money, and that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what Eric Richins would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get.
Okay, Christina4469 says, I watched Casey and I thought the defense was insulting to the jury's intelligence. Okay. Sure. But she got off. Pretty impressive. And you have to wonder why. And again, sex. The whole thing about the opening statement was that big shocking thing where he was like, and every day little Casey would wake up ready to go to school, and she'd wake up with her father's penis in her mouth. Which just freaks everyone out. And just sort of overrides all other visual conceptions that might be conjured during trial, right?
The existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home, right?
And he did that primarily as a way to explain to the jury how lying became second nature, Casey's safe place in her fiction world. Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez, and I work at Universal. I'll take you to my office. Come on, let's go. Hi guys. I'm right down here. Enter the hall. Okay, I don't work here. I mean, I've always been impressed by that. To work without a net like that, with the FBI, I believe it was the FBI, that takes a lot of stones, man. I mean, that's as an isolated feature of her general output and behavior, that's one thing I can say, Casey, yeah, go for it, fucking hell.
Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies, and I presume...
It is easy. We've already marked definitely yes on our notes.
The state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is. And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all gotten in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 for your life insurance. Just sign here because we are so glad you're our credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's, Eric Richins made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husbands' names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge, and I don't know how they're going to prove that. Now, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case.
There may be no knowledge, but there will be a lack of outside corroboration, right? No one's going to get up here. His sister's not going to come up and say, no. She ran the house and was in charge of the money, and it was completely normal for her to sign credit loan agreements with his name and details. When there's a lack of corroboration, that is an indicator.
There is some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on, that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little.
Yeah. She was getting pounded by that South Carolina bushman.
Faster for you guys. But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we sure are going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12? So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose, mouth. There's going to be times.
They always do this as well, don't they? I remember there's a part of the Christopher DeCoste's closing argument for Katie McBanawad 2 where he says to the jury, remember at the beginning when I showed you all a picture of Prince Charles? And I don't think that was in jury selection. And I don't think we ever got to see what it was that was shown to the jury that he was referring to about Prince Charles. But it was, again, something about prejudice from looking at an image one way or something. And it's got to be a part of law school where they show you a bunch of these. I'm sure I've seen this one before in another case, And I'm not a fan. It's a gimmick, and it feels like a social media meme. The kind of meme that says, if you subscribe to this channel, you will have good fortune, or whatever, Bullshit, man.
In this case, where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses.
Right, let's go back to the chicken. I want to see the chicken again.
There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with.
Okay, do you get what I'm meaning about the chicken from Robin Hood? How do I clear all? I want to clear all. Select all and clear all. I can't do that? Motherfucker. I'm doing it. Let's go to the chicken. I want to bring back the chicken. Look at the chicken every day. I might make it in the background on my cell phone. It's always going to remind me of this defense attorney. Nesta. Same. Let's just leave that one up. Just in the corner of our... We'll put it behind the chat. That'll be good. Yes. Good.
Certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow. At the end of the trial...
A widow? That wasn't in the illusion. That wasn't in the trick image. There was no widow in the trick image. That was... You said a young lady in a fur coat. Now she's a widow? What else are we going to presume? She was born with webbed toes.
If you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of...
All right, that's such a gimmick. I'm changing my mind about this. There were a couple of good tactics I saw earlier, but I'm seeing less and less of them now. If you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. Okay, well, could you just... What are we talking about this optical illusion for? This is a courtroom.
Proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13?
It's one step up from puzzle pieces. I love puzzles. The reason that I love them is because they only work if every piece fits. If you get a piece that doesn't fit, you can't hammer it. You can't pound on it. That's what the government's trying to do. They're trying to pound that piece.
13. Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens, who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you. And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly...
What a fucking ridiculous waste of life, huh? In multiple ways. 35 years old now. She's been in prison for 3 years already. And I don't know. I guess the odds are not in her favor for walking out of here. Just think about that. This soulless, empty vessel in front of us, vacuous as she may be, is apparently still a living human being that's now likely going to spend every day, all day, every day, in a real shit, unenjoyable, boring, dangerous, cold, no pleasure, fiddle, nothing way of life until the day she dies, which she looks like the kind of person that might live a long time, don't you think? Longevity. So what is she, 35? So 40, 50 years. All day, every day. You will be swinging a sledgehammer, turning big rocks into little rocks.
Convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table.
You think she will fare well in prison? What are you basing that on? She does not have any street smarts. She wouldn't do well walking through Chicago. I think the kind of place that Kouri Richins does well is on a vacation to Shades Resort in Tobago, right? Trinidad and Tobago. And she only does well there is because she's playing the game of, hey, I got lots of money, I blow money because I'm loaded and a success. Of course they're being nice to her in the resort. You think she's going to take a walk down Kingston, Jamaica? Because I don't.
To be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. Moving forward, we gotta go, guys. We are 5 hours, 38 minutes in. Doesn't time just run with the bulls? Yeah, so that went on a little longer than expected, but we did take a deep dive dish into that fucking Maximum Hick. That Maximum Hick, I didn't like him at all. Opening statements, you see, I just, I'm so much more comfortable talking about this shit a week later. I don't know what everyone's hunger about live trials is. I know it's like in the moment. It's like watching a sporting event, tournament, game, match. I don't know. It's like watching that, or then watching it on replay when somebody's already told you the score. Yeah, I get it, but as far as content, adding value, I mean, we do so much more over time. I mean, let's just do it a week later. We're going through it. We're putting it all up on, where is that great thing that guy did? Oh no, not that one. Which one? Oh, it doesn't matter. You've all seen it. Metrix Archive. That guy is doing well. Go and subscribe to his channel. He's a wizard. He's a wizard with a pulse, and it's beating double time. Maybe even more than double. We never can tell. We need a cardiologist. We need a cardiologist and a normal doctor to define, to diagnose. Right? Join us next time on Metrix when we get the test results back. So we'll be back tomorrow at our usual hour, 9 o'clock. Uh-oh. We lost power. Why did that happen? Well, I can guess. Okay, good night. And I can't see because the screen turned off because I lost power. This is a disaster. What about if I disconnect this? Whoops. Boom. There we are, back in the game. As though we never even left. Okay, so tomorrow, I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll be doing Kouri Richins. I mean, I definitely want to go over the earlier stages of the trial. That means covering Eugene Richins. That means covering Katie Richins Benson and Clint Benson. All very interesting witnesses. We've seen them before, but we'll see them again here on Metrix tomorrow night at 9. Everybody come back, subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix or paypal.me/True Crime Metrix. Thank you, everybody. Good night.